titles to choose from, you're sure to find the perfect audiobook for yourself or to give as a gift, and it's absolutely free. Just point your browser to audibletrial.com/CFRN. That's audibletrial.com/CFRN. And become a part of the audiobook revolution by downloading your free audiobook today. audibletrial.com/CFRN.
Hey trader, want to get rich quick? Well, good luck with that. If on the other hand you actually want to learn how to trade, the place to be is www.cfrn.net. Tune in Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. Eastern for our daily devotional, and then spend the next 3 hours learning how it's done from professional traders who actually trade for a living. That's www.cfrn.net. Every trading day from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern. CFRN, a community of believers who trade for a living.
Good afternoon, traders, and welcome back to the CFRN Emini Futures Cast. This is the daily broadcast of Indeterminate Length, where we discuss all things Emini, along with some really big ideas on the finer points of trading gold, bonds, crude, sugar, the euro, and even T-bills. Joining us today from our studios in Boston, Mr. Michael Borth. From our trading desk in Chicago, Mr. Burton Schlichter, and from our studios in Las Vegas, Nevada, Mr. David Williams. Now, to get things started, let's go to our host and founder in Studio A, overlooking South Mountain, America City Park. Here's Dwayne.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. Today is Wednesday, 9th day of September, 2015. Let's take a quick look at the numbers. Cash markets. The Dow is up 14 points. S&P is up just over 2. NASDAQ is up just over 8. And the Russell is down 3. Pretty subdued numbers compared to what we've seen of late. Crude oil, on the other hand, down 80 cents. Which is 1 3/4%, almost 2%. Gold is down $14 on the day, which is 1 1/4%. Let's have a look at Asia. Nikkei up 1,343. That's 7%. Now that's a big deal. Shanghai up 73. A little over 2%, and the Hang Seng up 872. That's up over 4%. So yeah, let's let's catch some of that Asian contagion. How about that? Europe, more green. The DAX is up 31. FTSE is up 82. The CAC 40 is up 66. That puts CAC 40 up 1.5%, and FTSE up 1 1/4%. So green in Europe, green in the U.S. with the exception of the Russell, green in Asia. Our commodities, oil and gold, both in the red. Happy Wednesday. Thanks so much for coming back. And for those of you that are here for the very first time, welcome. We're glad to have you with us. Anything that we can do to make your stay more enjoyable, just speak to a stewardess and we'll attend to your needs. Now, you should be able to see the chart I have up, which is the S&P 500. But if you're new, perhaps you can't. Or if you're driving or operating heavy machinery, you may have chosen to simply listen to the audio stream and not watch the video, which is a wise decision, and I commend you for that. If you do want to see the charts, if you want this to be an audio visual experience, go to our homepage at CFRN.net. On the right hand side of the page, click the big microphone, follow the instructions, and you will be registered all the way through the end of the month. Now what that means is that you will get an email each morning reminding you the show starts at 12 noon Eastern. And in that email will be a link that allows you to join the show with one-click access, so you don't have to register every day. Now, if you do just want to listen to the audio stream and not look at the pretty pictures, you can do that. You can stream from our home page. Even on your smartphone, even on your tablet, you can stream directly from our home page. If you have one of the apps downloaded, such as TuneIn Radio, there you go. We're right there. Just type in CFRN. Make us one of your favorites. And every time you open the TuneIn Radio app, which the basic version is free, the pro version is a couple bucks, and it's got some recording features, but basically you never miss a show. But we have other ways that you never miss a show, such as iTunes and YouTube and Google Plus and our blog. So we got you covered. All right. Now, there's another popular app called iHeartRadio. The two big ones are iTunes, are TuneIn. The two big radio apps are TuneIn Radio and iHeartRadio. We are soon to come to iHeartRadio, but we've been in TuneIn for years now, thanks to one of our listeners, Keith, who steered us in that direction. And there's several other apps. Stitcher, you hear that advertisement as the show starts each day. You can find us there as well. So we're just all over the doggone place. So today's kind of a big day, Wednesday. It is the hump day, right? And we have a 4-day work week, and so that's a good thing. We're on that downward slide into the weekend. Awesome. Today, though, there's a lot coming up. WASD is on Friday, September the 11th. The big. Now, the last WASD report. Don't know if you remember. I'll refresh your memory. I got it right here at my fingertips, sort of. This is an hourly chart of the soybeans. Let's see, that would have been a month ago. It's going to be up here. There it is. That's really is just one candle. Well, it's a couple. 70-cent drop in soybeans that day due to the WASDE report. W-A-S-D-E. It's a monthly agricultural report, and it doesn't affect just soybeans, but everything in the ag markets. And so, I mean, this is what can happen. It's like the Fed announcement of the agricultural world. So that's happening this Friday. I think it's 11 Eastern. Someone can correct me as far as the time. But you don't want to get in front of this. Okay? Go to the sidelines, have some popcorn, let it do its business. And then when it gets back to normal, then you come back in and take advantage of a high probability trade setup. Okay? Sunday is September 13th. We're having a special guest today. Pastor Tim is going to join my Wednesday co-host and I, Jim Whitebar Cox, at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to talk about a topic that was brought up on the show the other day. Shemitah, I probably said it wrong. The Harbinger, Rabbi Khan. I mean, this is a big thing. This is the end of the Jewish 7-year cycle, which happens on September the 13th. And I came across something last night because I felt that I needed to. Now, Pastor Tim, he knows a lot about this. He has taught it, and he has done some additional study of late. He was just telling me in an email in preparation for today. But I found a website last night, and let's see. 10 things that are going to happen within yeah, okay. Now this is from Charisma News. So if you've been around the Christian lifestyle for very long, you probably have seen a Charisma magazine. They have a website, and they have a Christian news division. Here's one of the things that I found really interesting, and we'll talk about different aspects of this article and get Tim's input. If you know someone who you think would have an interest in this has to do with the blood moons as well. There's a lot coming together here in a very short period of time. So if you know someone that you think would find this topic interesting, shoot them an email, give them that link. In fact, let me put that link in the chat box for you. You might not know how to invite a friend to join us. So let me put that in the chat box for you. Give me 1 second. Yeah, the rabbi's been on CBN's 700 Club quite a bit. Okay, I just put the link in the chat box, so if you want to invite someone to log in around 1:30 today, 1:30 p.m. today, Pastor Tim will be with us with Jim and I to discuss this whole topic. Give them that link. They can do the little registration so that they can come in, because Tim's going to show some slides that help to explain all the historical aspects of all the stuff that's happening and coming together. So in the chat box is the link that your friend needs to go to get in, to hear and see the slides, okay? If they just want to listen, they could just go to our home page and hit listen live now, and that'll do the trick. But here's what I found interesting on this one website. They said, okay, during the last 2 cycles, we witnessed historic stock market crashes on the very last day of the Shemitah year. For example, if you go back to September 17th of 2001, we witnessed the greatest one-day stock market crash in all of history up until that time. The Dow plunged 684 points, and it was a record that held for how long? That's right, exactly 7 years, until the end of the next Shemitah cycle. On September 29th, 2008, which was also Elul 29 on the biblical calendar, and Pastor Tim will be able to explain what that means, the Dow plummeted 777 points, which still today remains the greatest one-day stock market crash of all time in the U.S. Well, I think that has changed. Let me see what the date line on this article is. The date line of this article is August 20th. See, the other day, the Dow dropped 1,000 points, so I think that happened, of course, after this article was written. But I haven't got to the interesting part yet, so stay with me. So, end of Shemitah 2001, crash. End of Shemitah 2008, 7 years later, crash. Now we are in another Shemitah year. It began in the fall of 2014 and it ends on September 13th, 2015. So will we see a stock market crash in the United States on September 13th, 2015? Listen to this answer. No, we will not. Because that day is a Sunday. So I can guarantee you, now this is the writer from Charisma, so I can guarantee you there will not be a stock market crash in the U.S. on that day. Now, folks, what have you and I done on many a Sunday afternoon together? Somebody type it in the chat box. Now, well, Chris, besides taking a nap. John B. got it. Way to go, John. I and many members of this studio audience have gathered together for the Globex Open Sunday night. Most folks don't know about Sunday night, don't know about Globex. The average person just, Wall Street, 9:30 on TV, they ring the bell. I mean, that's when the stock market opens. Have you ever seen the Dow open down 500 points? I have. On the day they caught that one rogue trader and started to unwind his positions on Martin Luther King holiday. It was a Tuesday morning that the Dow opened down 500 points. So, I don't know if I should. Somebody's probably spoken to the author by now and let them know there's markets. We're talking S&P 500, we're talking the Dow, we're talking the Russell, we're talking crude oil, we're talking gold, we're talking the euro. All of these things will be trading on September 13th, beginning at 6 p.m. Eastern, Sunday night. Some of the markets don't open until 8 p.m. Eastern. Soybeans opens at 8. I think crude opens at either 7 or 8. But the S&P, the Dow, they open at 6 p.m. Eastern. I think the Russell might be, because they're on the ICE exchange, that might be 7 p.m. So, when they say it can happen this time around, whoops, yeah. So, I just thought I'd share that with you. I found it interesting. I'm going to keep this up because Tim's going to talk to us about all the different events that are happening, and I've got a list of 10 on this webpage, but I'm going to let him get into that because he's the authority. And now I got an email from Rabbi Cons, and that's the guy that we were discussing the other day. Let's see, do I have up his page? Yeah, I do. Rabbi Jonathan Cahn, who wrote the book The Harbinger, which talks all about this whole thing. We invited him to be a part of the roundtable discussion today. I got a very nice email from his office late yesterday, and the answer was, we're very sorry, but because of the approaching dates, Rabbi Khan is in great demand, and as John B. just pointed out, he was on CNBC last night. Is that you, John, that said that? Yeah. Yeah, he was on the 700 Club last night. She said he just, his secretary said he's just covered in invitations to speak, and a lot of them have been planned weeks in advance, and so she said, I'm just sorry, but we have to say no at this time. Which, at this time, that's good. That means down the road we can invite him back when things quieten down. So 1:30 p.m. Eastern, Pastor Tim will be with Jim and I. We'll talk about this, and if you know someone that you think would find it interesting or have some questions, and you'll be able to ask questions too, okay? Because Jim and I will be asking questions because, well, we're learning as we go along. But this Sunday is September 13th. So, and of course, the September 11th thing we have to go through every year, wondering if, some crazy terrorist somewhere is going to find this is some opportune time. And so we just pray that God's hedge of protection remain around this nation as we strive to regain our bearings and our common sense and start doing the right thing. If my people who are called by my name will, turn from their evil ways, right? That's kind of what America needs to do. Now, I'm not talking about the apology tour kind of stuff where we go and apologize to all these other nations. I'm talking about the stuff we have going on here at home, our own home-baked problems with, well, you know the list. From, yeah, I'm not even going to go there, or we won't get anywhere. We have a lot else to do on the show today. Michael's got to come in and do a live recap of everything that happened in the live trading room. I'll be here with our good word for the day. We'll look at some of the Concierge Trade Alerts last night, which did fantastic. I don't know what else to say. They did good. David will be here from Page Trader, and we'll get his forecast from the edge. He'll answer any questions that you have regarding the markets and his style of analysis. And then at 1:30, that's when we'll go to Jim, my Wednesday co-host, and Pastor Tim. So that's how the day is going to go. It's going to be a great day. I'm looking forward to it all. And Michael, if you're ready, we can, at this point, get started.
All right, I am ready.
So how you doing?
I'm doing all right.
I couldn't believe it this morning. Your internet was down and mine was down. Mine was resolved with a cable modem reboot and a router reboot. Both of them.
Well, I got mine figured out while you were talking. Just now, I got mine figured out. And not that it matters because I'm not going to be here anymore after today. So, but at least I'm in here. And
well,
I can do this.
So, I mean, were you there for the trading room, right?
Yeah. This morning I got it working at 9:28.
Yeah.
So I was like 1 minute late for the trading room. But Bert was in there holding down the fort for me.
Yeah, I called him, and as soon as I got your message, I said, "Did you get Michael's message?" He said, "No." I said, "Can you please?" And he said, "Yeah, I will." And so, something that I learned here recently. It used to be when you opened up the network center on your computer in Windows XP, if you ran the troubleshooter, it never did anything. It just always said, can't find any problems, blah, blah, good luck.
Did this help?
Did this help kind of thing. Well, the last time I had my internet provider on the phone, we rebooted everything, but it still wasn't working. And he told me to go do the troubleshooter thing, and I go, man, that never works. He goes, what version Windows you running? I told him, he says, run it. So I ran it, and I go, see, I told you, it couldn't find the problem, it couldn't fix it. And he goes, well, let me ask you a question. Do you have internet? And I looked down at the little icon, and I went, by jingos, I do. He goes, okay, have a nice day, and use that in the future. Okay. So anyway, yeah. So guys, that thing actually does something. Even though it says it can't find the problem, it can't fix it, it does something. It flushes something out of the way, and bing, you got internet. Okay, I'll hit mute. It's all yours.
Okay. All right. And I should clarify. When I say I'm not going to be here, I mean I'm not going to be in this house tomorrow. I'll be in a different house tomorrow. Okay. That's what I mean, Bob. Okay. All right. Let me find this. Here we go. Let me hit the recording. Yeah. Yeah, for right now, John. All right. Here we go. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Today is Wednesday, the 9th day of September, 2015. Let's see. Let me get my stuff going here. All right. If you have not taken a free trial with us and you want to take a free trial with us, just go here to CFRN.net. Over here in the right-hand column where it says register for a free trial, put in your name, put in your email, click on register for a free trial. When you do that, you'll be sent a confirmation link. You must click the confirmation link, okay? If you don't click the confirmation link, you're not going to get a free trial because we don't know that you did it. Okay? Just filling this out doesn't let us know anything. You got to click that confirmation link. All right? And to get to our spreadsheet, which is now updated daily and available to you every day, you just need to go here like this, and there like that, and scroll all the way down to the bottom, and you'll see the current day's results. Today in soybeans we made 16 ticks profit, and the Russell we made 26 ticks profit. Natural gas we didn't trade, crude oil we made 2, gold we lost 16, and the euro we made 6. Okay, so I think we're up $395 a contract today. Right? If you subtract that from that, you're left with 10. So that's, yeah, that's right. This is 200 plus 10 is 320 plus 75, $395 a contract. It took us 6 minutes and 1 trade to get to our goal today, and we took a total of 23 trades. Okay, so we're 6 days into the month of September now, 6 trading days into the month of September. And on the month, we are up $187. That averages out to $314 a day. Okay. If you apply an $8 commission to every trade we've taken 111 trades, you would have $999 net. If you apply a $5 commission to every trade we've taken, you would have $1,332 net. Okay. And on the year, we are now at $43,622 per contract. That's over 167 trading days, averaging $261 a day. Okay, so that's where we stand on the day, the month, and the year. Now, let's just look at some of these trades. All right, I didn't actually trade the ES today, but I will point out to you on the ES. One trade that I did point out this morning, it was a long trade right here. All right, that was the only trade that I pointed out this morning on the ES. Yeah, that was that. And it looks like, yeah, during the break here, there was some nice movement on the ES. Okay. We had, right here, we had nice move up right there, and right there, and right there. All 3 of those were tradable moves. Okay, and that was on the ES. All right, over here on the gold now. Gold was our nemesis today. Let's scroll back. And scroll back a little more. I'm just going to back it out like this so you can see. We missed a trade here and here. I know that's really small. Let me make it a little bigger for you. Okay. Hang on. There we go. We missed a couple of trades in there, and now that's too big. All right, and we stopped out on this one, minus 8 ticks, and then it went down where we expected it to go, and we stopped out on this one, and that one went right through our stop. During the break, looks like there were a couple of trades in here during the break. There was a short trade right here, a short trade there, and that would have been all I'd have taken during the break. Okay, 2 more trades, but we ended with minus. We ended with minus 16 on gold today. Right, that was the one we had difficulty with today. The Russell was good to us today. Okay, as soon as this thing catches up. Here we go. On the Russell, we had, whoa, that's too far. We ended with plus 26 on the Russell today. Okay, let me just do this and I'll back it out. Our first trade of the morning was right here on the Russell. Okay, we got long right there. We missed this one, but we grabbed this one for 10 ticks profit. That was our goal for the day right there. We missed that one and that one, but we got this one over here. We got 7 ticks on that, putting us at plus 17. Then you can see we stopped out here, putting us back down to plus 9. I believe that was a break even right there. And then right here we got 4 ticks profit, putting us at plus 13. Then we got 6 ticks right here. We missed this one. And we got 6 right here, putting us at plus 19. Then we stopped out again, putting us back down to plus 11. Then we got 10 ticks profit on this one, getting us to 21. And 5 ticks here, getting us to 26. Okay. We missed that one, and that one. And that was it. Now during the break, looks like there was a nice short trade right here. Another one right here. a long trade here, and another one there that would have stopped you out probably. Well, it was a momentum trade and it gave a couple of ticks. Should have gotten out of break even. Another one right there, and another one right there. Okay, that is what we did on the Russell. We were plus 26 ticks today. Okay, plus 26. All right, crude oil. Expand that a little. There. Okay, we'll just plus 2 ticks because we stopped out on this last one right here. And another break even there. I'm scrolling. It's just not moving. All right. Well, on crude anyway, we started out with a losing trade, minus 8 ticks. Okay, then we had a 14 tick win, put us to plus 6. Then we had a 4 tick win to put us to plus 10. And then we had that final stop out. And we had, a few break-even trades in there too. See if I back this out. This was the 14 tick win right here. That put us at plus 6. This was the 4 tick win, put us at plus 10. And then we had a break even there, a break even there, and then we stopped out to get us back down to plus 2. Okay. And that was crude oil today. The soybeans, we had 2 trades on the soybeans, there and there, each one for 8 ticks profit, putting us at plus 16. Okay, soybeans are nice and easy. The euro, also a pretty easy one to do. We had 2 trades there. We had this one for plus 6, and this one over here was a break even on the euro. Okay. All right. So that is where we were on the day. So we were, let me bring the spreadsheet back up. Okay. On soybeans, we were plus 16. The Russell, we were plus 26. Crude, plus 2. Gold, minus 16. And the euro, plus 6. All right. Took us 6 minutes and 1 trade to get to our goal for the day, and we took a total of 23 trades. On the month, we are now up $1,887.50 over 6 trading days. That is averaging $314 a day. Okay. On the year, we are now up $43,622.50. That is over 167 trading days. That is averaging $261 a day. Okay, $261 a day. All right. So that is all of that. Now, if you have not taken a free trial with us, just go here to our homepage at CFRN.net, and in the right-hand column where it says register for a free trial, put in your name, put in your email, click on register for a free trial. When you do that, you'll be sent a confirmation link. Okay? Click on that confirmation link, and you'll get all the information you need to spend 5 luxurious days in our live trading room. Okay? All right. And that is that. So, Phoenix, if you're out there, the recap is complete.
Phoenix Eye on the line.
Yes, awesome.
So, recap of the recap.
It took 6 minutes and 1 trade to get our goal for the day today. We had $100 per contract that we got out of that trade.
Nice.
It was 1 Russell trade.
What was it yesterday?
Yesterday it took 40 minutes and 6 trades.
Now see the difference when you sit down and start trading for the day. You have no way of knowing if what you're going to do is, if you have a rules-based trading system, such as the one that we teach, you're going to sit down, and when a occurrence or trade appears that meets the criteria, you'll take the trade. What I encourage each of you to do, if you're struggling with that whole thing where, one day you kill it and the next day you get killed and all blah blah. We all have that issue. But the next time that you sit down and you have a trade that you put on and and you're like, man, that's so effortless. Why can't they all be like that? What I want you to do is I want you to look left on your charts and find the left of the trade you just took. And I want you to analyze and diagnose that trade. Then I want you to go to the right of the trade that you just took. Okay? Now this could be actually whether it's a profitable or non-profitable trade, just the next trade you take. When you sit down and take a trade, okay, you just come in, you sit down, you take the trade, you're done with the trade. No matter what happens, look to the one to the left and then look to the one that happens after that. Okay? It's a high probability that of the three, one will be profitable, one will be non-profitable, and one will be break-even. That's a high probability right there. They could all three be non-profitable, they could all three be break-even, and they could all three be profitable. So what I'm trying to point out is when you sit down each day in front of the endless flow of opportunity and start dipping your cup in the flow, some days you sit down at just the right spot. Okay? Now, it's not because you're suddenly super trader, right? You just sit down at the opportune time when the flow and follow through was sufficient to give you a nice profitable trade. On the other hand, when you sit down and first trade of the day, bang, you get stopped out, doesn't mean you're a rotten, no good, sorry trader either. It just means that at the time, and so now I've got you on a different hunt. Now you're not looking for magical indicators and mystical oscillators. Now you're looking for somebody or something that can tell you when to sit down. Okay? The other hunt did not bear fruit. That hunt will not bear fruit. Okay? In your trading plan, in your business plan, actually this would fall under trading plan, you will determine what hours each day you're going to trade. And so you sit down and you go to work at that time. Don't start trying to find some soothsayer that can tell you, well, because of your birth date or any other thing, your biorhythms, they were really big in this. What happened to biorhythms? They were all the rage in the 70s along with the mood ring, remember?
Yeah.
And now nobody talks about them anymore. So anyway, here's my point. It's an endless flow of opportunity filled with occurrences, which are trades that meet the criteria, and they all have random outcomes. That's right, random outcomes. When you get into a trade, if everything lines up, it's a high probability setup, but you don't know what the outcome of the trade is going to be. And whatever the outcome of the trade is, profitable or non-profitable, does not define who you are as a trader. So the next time you sit down and you knock it out of the park first trade, look to the left, look to the right, and the next time you sit down and get stopped out first trade, look to the left, look to the right. Not because I want you to go chasing something that will tell you when to sit down, but so that you will understand there is truly a random distribution of profitable and non-profitable trades. Period. Okay? You have to get to that place. Now, one thing along with risk management and all these other things that we talk about, you must have a definable edge in the market. Whatever methodology you're using must provide you with a definable edge. If it doesn't, okay, then you don't really have anything, and anything that happens is luck. Okay, and we don't deal in luck. The fact that Michael did it yesterday in 6 trades and today in 1 trade using the same methodology, same rigid rule set, shows you what I'm talking about, the random distribution. You're subject to that as well. Now, You can build a business and earn a good living off of that random distribution. What you can also do is go broke or go crazy, whichever happens first, trying to elude that random distribution. You can spend many years and literally hundreds of thousands of dollars chasing stuff that will somehow make the random distribution of wins and losses go away. It can't. It's not possible for it to go away because it is part of what the markets are. See? Okay. Off the soapbox because I only got 12 minutes. Wow, I had no idea. All right. So I'm going to go to the good word for the day, guys. Let me get the charts back. And I can just tell you that we did real well on the Concierge Trade Alerts last night. 15 points on the S&P, I think it was. And let's go to our good word for the day. And partners know why we turned right there. This yellow line, by the way, for a whole different reason, is the Globex Open 2 Sunday nights ago. Gap lower open, never got filled. We knew it was important. That's why we put the yellow line. And it just so happens that for another very important reason, price stalled there for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours last night. And now it's attempting this turn with a little doji on the hourly right at that spot. Tomorrow I'll put this week's weekly trading zones up for the audience, and then you too will see. All right? Okay. Okie doke. Our good word for the day. Let's see. We are up to, hang on. This is episode 4 in the series. All right? What you need in the wilderness. I've been talking about this for 4 days. Psalm 105:37. He also brought them out with silver and gold, and there was none feeble among his tribes. We've talked about everything that happened with the children of Israel when they were in the wilderness. You will be in the wilderness throughout your life in all kinds of situations. But notice something else that Israel enjoyed in the wilderness: divine health. Think of the health issues you'd expect among 2 million people walking through endless desert with no doctor or hospital in sight. 2 million people. Can you imagine just cooking breakfast? 2 million people. All right. Yet from the youngest to the oldest, he brought them out, and there was none feeble among his tribes. That's because they lived on a diet provided by God himself. Their troubles began when they complained and wanted to go back to the food they ate as slaves in Egypt. Hello. There's an important lesson for those who live on fast foods that promote ailments like heart disease, cancer, and diabetes. Imagine pouring 5 pounds of sugar into the fuel tank of your car and then complaining that your car doesn't run properly. Now, when health problems run in your family or economic circumstances force you to eat less than ideal food, God understands, and you can go to him with confidence, believing James 5:15. And the prayer of faith will save the sick, and the Lord will raise him up. And if he has committed sins, he will be forgiven. But when the choice is between exercising wisdom in order to have good health or exercising faith in order to be healed, your choice is clear. When Israel entered the promised land, God told them, "Serve the Lord, and he will bless your bread and your water, and I will take sickness away from the midst of you. No one shall suffer miscarriage or be barren in your land. I will fulfill the number of your days." But don't forget, he also gave them some pretty strict dietary laws to live by that set them apart from the surrounding nations. Question for the day. How many of us fail to fulfill the number of our days and the assignment God gives us because we refuse to exercise wisdom and discipline when it comes to our diet? Think about it. And that's our good word for the day. Chew on that. I know nobody wants to hear it, especially me, but you got to do the right thing, right? I mean, think about it. You pour 5 pounds of sugar into your car, it doesn't run right, and you complain. Well, I don't understand. Well, I guess it's better than pouring 5 gallons of high fructose corn syrup, right? That's better. Not really. Okay, let me see if there's any unanswered questions in the chat box. You know, David W., you had made a comment. You were right about futures opening Sunday night, but then you said, I doubt it, though. But yeah, that was the answer. And yeah, the markets can absolutely come unwound on a Globex session. They really can. Because we have people here in the U.S. trading, you know, guys that work on Wall Street. I mean, they could be in the market Sunday night from home or from the Hamptons or from, with today's technology, from everywhere. John B. says, the rabbi was careful to say that God doesn't have to act on the cycles. Yeah, that's true. We're just scrolling. A lot of comments. I just want to see if there was an unanswered question. Our biorhythms were stolen by the pet rocks. That's pretty good, Jim. That was so clever, the pet rock. How that guy made money. Good money. Not all money's good money, by the way. Okay, let's go look at the S&P real quick. On this chart, we had an alert last night. It was sent out to the partners, to the clients. It said to consider being long 1975. Okay. Swing high was 1992. 75, 85, 95 would have been 20. So we got about 17 points. Okay, not ticks, but points. 17 times 4 is, that'd be 68 ticks roughly, give or take. Okay, 75. Now that was it. Now, what do you need if you're trading the 2420 blueprint? What do you need to be done for the day? You don't need 17 points. You need 8 ticks, or 2 points, and you're done. No, that's not getting rich overnight. That's building a business on a solid foundation. Okay, but I can't go into all that right now, but if you want to learn more, take the trial, or if you've already taken the trial, just become a partner. The short side of that trade was 63. Okay, now I'll just go ahead and tell you. Right here is this current week's weekly trading zone. 65, 66. I haven't put it on the main chart, but I already put it on this one. So last night we consolidated in the zone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours. We made this run, huge leg. I'll show it on the other chart. Retracement, and this is possibly the beginning of the next leg if we're going to get another leg. If not, we'll close below the zone and we'll start looking at short opportunities down to the zone below us. By the way, we only have one zone left overhead. All right. Okay, bonds. The bonds. Last night we said on the 30-year bonds, ZBZ, to consider being short below 153.20. 153.20 is right here. Okay, how many ticks do we need? If we're trading 2420 blueprint, we need 4 ticks. Bonds pay 31.25 per tick. Yeah, 153.20 right there. Okay. And so on the first move down, we got to 153.09. So that's 11 ticks. Price came back to test the important price, important area. You know, we mention that every now and then on this show. So price came back to test it in the 5 a.m. hour. And look at this beautiful drop all the way down to 152.14. So from 153.20 to 152.20 right there, that's a $1,000 per contract move. From there to there, $1,000 per contract. Price then came back to test the important price, important area again, and now it's presenting another trade opportunity. Crude oil. Crude oil, it was to be short below 45.05. Now, it doesn't look like it did much, but when it broke 45.05, which was here, yeah. This hour got down to 45.04, right? So that, you know, that's a stop out. The swing low here is 44.92. And here we've got 44.88, right? How much do you need? You need 10 ticks. $10 per tick, 10 ticks, $100 per contract per day. All right. Let's see. I think I marked soybeans. Yes, soybeans long above 882. Okay. Now this first one here, right? It didn't move far enough to get your stop up to break even. This one more than enough. And then look at this hour. That's an unusual. I'm not sure what happened in that hour for soybeans to drop so substantially, but we had a short signal at 878. And so from 878 you had a chance to drop to 872. So that's 6 cents. You need 2 cents. Like 82 to 84, you need 2 cents to be done for the day. On the Dow, we said to consider being long above 16,550. We ran up 130 points at $5 per point. Now, do we expect you to get all 130 whatever points? No. We expect you to either A, get your goal for the day, or B, trail your stop until the market comes back and says no more and takes you out. Okay. Gold, big sell-off there. Consider being short below 1120. That was the alert we emailed out last night, and we got down to a low of $11.10. So I think we can call that, let's see, 1100. We'll call it 20 bucks. 20 bucks at $100 per dollar. See, crude oil is $1,000 per dollar. Gold is $100 per dollar. They both pay $10 a tick, but crude oil has 100 ticks in a dollar, whereas gold only has 10 ticks in a dollar. So, beautiful moving gold. The euro, I don't think I marked that, and we got to go to Vegas right now. I did mark this. This was yesterday on the Russell. Today on the Russell, long above 1163, and we put in a high at 71. Okay, we only need 1 point in the Russell. So at 63, if you get up to 64, done for the day. That's your $100 per contract per day. Then we triggered on the short side. The short signal was to be short below 1157 if the opportunity presents. Came right down through 57, very brisk, and put in a low at 53.1. So basically 4 points on the short side, but you only need 10 ticks or 1 point. Okay? All right. So with all that said, it's time to go to Vegas, and so that's what we're going to do. Price sitting up here. Now we just got a brand new candle. Here's the ES. Price hits a weekly trading zone, 55, 50, 65, 66. We expect one of three things. Okay? The most common thing is consolidation. Second most likely is rejection. And the third is the hot knife through butter on an hourly chart, and that's when price just slices through a zone like it's not even there. It's a sign that price, it's a high probability that price will later come back to do the consolidation. And that's how we trade it, and that's how we watch for it. And that's what we anticipate. And does it happen all the time? Nothing happens all the time. You know, everything works some of the time. Nothing works all of the time. So what you have to do is you just simply have to learn how to trade, and you'll be fine. We're going to pause, and we'll be right back with David from pagetrader.com.
You're listening to CFRN, a community of believers who trade for a living. To learn more about who we are, what we do, and how we do it, call toll-free 1-866-928-3310, and we'll send you out a no-obligation information kit absolutely free. 866-928-3310.
Thank the Lord for love like ours that grows ever stronger. And I always will be true. I know you feel that same way too. Oh, I love you.
Good morning, Dwayne.
David, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
It's a really big show.
Not such a pleasure to be in the sweltering heat of Las Vegas, and probably you guys had a pretty hot day in Arizona yesterday, I would suspect.
Yeah, it was. I'm not sure. I was driving around in the heat, and
You actually get out of that compound sometimes?
yeah, it's not too often, but
I was going to say.
yeah, because it's too hot. I mean, later in the year, I may venture out some. It's 86 right now. The high is going to be 102. The low will be 81. So that's, not so bad.
Mm-hmm. Yesterday we had about 107 here, which was pretty hot.
That's unusually warm for you guys.
Yes, it was cooking yesterday, and I unfortunately had to be out in the sun a little bit. It just happened to be the case, so I had to deal with it.
You're fair-skinned.
Skinny Jewish people don't do well in the hot sun. I don't know what that is, but
my daughter Emily is very fair-skinned, and she can be out in the sun 5 minutes here on a really hot day and just turn red in a minute. So we have to be very careful with her. It says we might get a chance of rain today, and
well, good.
The next Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, and Wednesday, chance of rain. Oh, and next beginning Monday through next Friday, according to the app, we don't break 100. That's pretty special. When you get below 100 and you start getting down to the 70, 73 overnight, that's
then
nice.
your summer's over.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, I can live with that. So maybe I'll stick around another year. Who knows?
Yeah.
I keep saying that year after year. So how are you? You good?
I'm doing well. My usual thing, keeping an eye on the markets. We have a shortened week this week, of course, and we're seeing the markets get a lot done in this week. They get a lot done every week, but on these shortened weeks, sometimes it feels subjectively like they're getting a lot done in that 4 days. So
we've got a special guest coming on today, Pastor Tim. He'll come on with Jim at 1:30, but we're going to be talking about Shemitah. Speaking of being a skinny Jewish guy, Shemitah, and do you know what that is? Were you on the show when we began that discussion last week?
I might have been, but I don't know what it is.
It's a 7-year cycle in the Jewish, faith, law. And somebody corrected me last week. They go, it's not the law, I don't know, but it's a 7-year cycle. So I was trying to study up a little bit because Pastor Tim, he has taught on this and he's well versed. We couldn't get Rabbi Khan; he was booked. But Pastor Tim was kind enough to volunteer to come, and he's got some slides he's going to show and just really explain to us, because there's a lot of things coming together. You know how you and Richard sometimes will talk about there's all these different things coming together. There's like 10 things on this web page. I'm not going to give away the other 9, but I already talked about this at the beginning of the show, but I want you to hear it real quick.
Sure.
It all starts with the end of the Shemitah year on September 13th. During the last 2 cycles, we witnessed historic stock market crashes on the very last day of the Shemitah year, which is Elul 29 on the biblical calendar. I'm not familiar with that. For example, if you go back to September 17th, 2001, which was Elul 29 on the biblical calendar, we witnessed the greatest one-day stock market crash in all of U.S. history up until that time. The Dow plunged 684 points, and it was a record that held for exactly, guess how many years? 7
Years.
Until the end of the next Shemitah
I'm
cycle.
no dummy.
On September 29th, 2008, which was also Elul 29 on the biblical calendar, the Dow plummeted 777 points, which still today remains the greatest one-day stock market crash of all time in the U.S. This article was written last month before we had that $1,000 down day in the Dow. Okay, so now we're in another Shemitah year. It began in the fall of 2014, and it ends on September 13th, 2015. So will we see a stock market crash in the U.S. on September 13th, 2015? The gentleman writing the article says, no, we will not, because that day is a Sunday. So I guarantee you there will not be a stock market crash in the U.S. on that day. But guess what?
I wish things were that simple, where you could just say that it's this norm. And this is to not to. I'm saying my opinion about this,
so
not to discount.
So you're saying they should go plus or minus a day? Is that?
No, just that. I wish it were that simple. That we could locate something that just repeated with that type of orderliness. That we could say, on such and such a year, because it's the 7th year from such and such a year, that we have a stock market crash. I don't think it's quite that simple, at least from our understanding of the markets.
We got 2 years in a row. My point is he's saying it can't happen this time because it's a Sunday. But this is someone outside of the world of the markets who doesn't know about a crazy little thing called Globex. I mean,
right.
He's ruling out that it's not possible because Wall Street's locked up and closed for the weekend.
But it isn't.
But it isn't. Yeah.
And
a
even
number
if
of
it was
years ago, a number of
even
years
if
ago,
it was.
right.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, a number of years ago, we had that huge crash from the rogue trader at the. I'm trying to remember the name of the bank, but
Barings Bank, or
no, not that one. It was. I'll think of it in a minute. But anyway, it was on Martin Luther King Day. It was actually a Monday when the markets were closed, but they discovered what he had done on Sunday night, and so they started Sunday night trying to unwind the trades. And by the time the markets officially opened Tuesday morning, we opened that Tuesday morning with the Dow down 500 points at the opening bell. So
also further than that is that it's like saying if whatever made the crash of '87, let's just take a crash, a well-known crash. If whatever the forces were that needed to hit the market, if those were forecast to, let's say somebody was forecasting that it was supposed to occur on a date that was a Saturday, and there was no Globex or anything, it still will carry over to Monday. The forces will still end up pushing the market there just because, and that's why I'm saying there's a little bit of, like you said, there's kind of an ignorance of how the market works, and that if our theory that there are really forces at work that do this, that the force may very well begin on a day where the market is not traded per se. We don't count the non-traded days anyway in our work, and it has not affected it. But it would just carry over into the next day. It's not as if that day is independent, a magical day, that if you get past that day,
it's like a day that didn't happen.
A thing that never happened. So yeah, it does show a little bit of that kind of not knowing about the market and so on.
This guy writes for Charisma Magazine, which you may not have heard of, but in the contemporary Christian circles, Charisma magazine is very popular. It's what's happening in the world of Christianity today. Who's the latest, artists, musicians, and who's the big speaker, and what's the controversy. So they have a website too, charismanews.com, where they talk, primarily about news that affects the Christian community, etc. So this is a guy who probably, has never had anything to do with the stock market. Just as he's writing his article, he just looks at a calendar and goes, "Oh, it's a Sunday. It can't happen."
Yeah. No, we're safe. No problem there.
No need to research it any further. So.
Right. But it is, cycles are very interesting, and there's been a lot of work and a lot of good, very bright people have looked at cycles, and there is such a thing as a cycle. There really is. I mean, I think the whole universe is created. We've had this discussion before. I mean, we have the seasons. I mean, you can go on and on. There's cycles of just going to bed at night.
Well, we're trying to figure out what happened to biorhythms. Jim says the pet rock stole them in the 70s. Have you seen them?
No, but the interesting thing about biorhythms was at least biorhythms were trying to look at a broader picture other than just one thing. They were saying you had your emotional, you had your intellectual, and I think, what was the third one?
I don't know, but did I leave my mood ring at your house? I can't find it.
No, I'm still waiting for mine in the mail. I ordered it 40 years ago, and it never came. But at least the biorhythms were looking at three different things, and they were able to say,
what were they looking at?
Well, I think it was emotional, intellectual, and possibly spiritual, but I don't remember what the third one was.
Maybe somebody. Or was it based on something?
It may have been based on your birthday. I think it was. And they would show this waves going up and down, and these waves, wave, your intellectual would be high on one day, your emotional would be down on that same day, your something else, whatever your third was, would be up. And that's at least more interesting, and it does address the issue that it isn't just that simple in most cases, that it's just a particular number of years or days, or if the stock market really worked that easily, certainly there are bright people that would have found that.
I was going to say, what's big about this September 13th thing, David, is that we have there's like 10 things on this webpage, and Tim's going to talk about them. The blood moons, some Jewish holidays. There's just a ton of stuff happening like all at once. I guess the way this fellow wrote this article that I was reading from, there's never been this confluence of all these events happening at the same time. So they're expecting
and that's
fireworks.
good.
Yeah.
That helps. I do want to remind everyone that the harmonic convergence of December 23rd, 2012, which was the ending of the Mayan Bakhtin, their large cycle,
the end of the
500
calendar,
years or whatever, that coincided with the harmonic convergence, which is a planetary term where all the planets are essentially, they're not opposing or they're not at any opposite angles to each other. They're all actually right next to each other. This is the harmonic convergence where you have, Pluto and Mercury and, Jupiter, and there's maybe 5 or 6 planets that were all actually lined up in the same.
Comic-Con was that weekend too.
Yeah. So, and nothing really, and I even remember saying on your radio, nothing notable is going to happen on that day, and we had a large confluence of things. But what I do think about some of these cycles, especially the really large ones, maybe not the 7-year, is that it may not be obvious, and it most likely won't be obvious on that day when those things all come together. But upon retrospect, you may be able to look back and say, this thing that we're now experiencing, the fullness of this thing, whatever it is, a bad thing or a good thing, really kind of started right around that time. Because these big cycles don't just mean that a volcano is going to go off and everyone's going to be wiped out in a flood. In many cases, they mean the beginning, the very beginnings, just like how a market starts a rally, and you can later say, well, go back here, look, it started right here. Very genteelly, very small, and then it turned into this roaring rally. It's kind of like that with these bigger cycles, that the day that they happen isn't necessarily anything notable. It's more notable and noticeable on retrospect in many cases. With regard to a 7-year cycle, maybe there's something there, but we'll see. It's always interesting, and I'm always appreciative, honestly, of anyone in any method or system or whatever that's willing, even our Harold Camping. I was even on one level appreciative that he made the call. Not that he was correct or anything, but that he made the call. He said, listen, here's the dates that I think this thing's going to happen, and here's this group of people saying here's the dates that we think this thing is going to happen, whatever that thing is, whether it's a stock market crash or why does it have to be a crash and not something good, like something really big? Why are these all oriented towards evil?
I brought that up the other day because, historically for the Jewish people, the end of the 7-year cycle was when all debts were forgiven. And the year of Jubilee, the 50th year, was when all property was returned. That's what someone explained to me the other day. And so I voiced that same question. Why are our markets crashing? And someone else had tied it into the 9/11 thing, and maybe Tim's going to speak on that too. So I said, why, if it was, happy times for the Jewish people, they were celebrating, why are we getting whacked? And, people said, well, think about it. We're not exactly a nation that honors God in certain ways anymore. I mean, from the Supreme Court rulings, not just the recent one, but going back to Roe v. Wade, and perhaps our current administration's decision to no longer be the protector of Israel, which is a biblical thing. So I struggled with that. I said, it's like this is supposed to be a good time, a time of celebration, but yet we, one nation under God, supposedly, we're being punished on these days. So I wrestled with that the other day when this whole topic first came up, and we put together this discussion that we're going to have today. So I don't know, David. I don't have the answer to that. I did find Elul 29 because the last two stock market crashes, biggest two in history except for the one that just happened the other day, are on, this is simply a calendar, the Israel calendar, and September 13th is Elul 29, and then it becomes Tishri 1, Tishri 2. So is that like, I guess Elul is like a Monday? No, it's not a day. No, anyway, whatever it is, there's a calendar, and so I never really heard the term before. But so, what do you think about these markets?
Well, you gotta love them.
I love them.
You gotta like these markets. With regard to the S&P, and you're short on time here, right? We have about 10 minutes.
Well, we got about 10 minutes, yeah. But
okay.
I'm sure some folks have market questions, and if you want to show some charts or something, I
just want to make sure we don't.
Tim, type into the chat box and let me know what your time frame is today. And we want to try to get to you as close to right on time as we can. But anyway, Go ahead, tell us what you got.
Well, a couple things. With regard to the S&P, listen, isn't this wonderful volatility? Don't we have a great market here? Because we have great volatility, great opportunities. People can still, of course, hurt themselves even worse in this. I mean, this is an opportunity to make better gains, but it's also an opportunity for your worst habits to make even larger losses. So you have to be very careful with this volatility and understand what you're doing. And I've said many times that the S&P is not a beginner's market. And you just have to know what the heck you're doing in this market. And you have to know what you're going to do if certain things happens in any market, which means the protective stop and the whole shoot match that we always talk about. And it gets tired, and people don't want to hear that, but people never get flushed out of the market and lose their margin account, usually because of thousands of bad trades. They get flushed out because of a single or a few trades that they held on without a stop. That's really what wipes most people out, not having lots and lots and lots of bad trades. In most cases, they have some trades back and forth, and brokers would know this, they see this, of course, but ultimately they take a few trades that they just hold on to, and it may go wrong for them, and unfortunately they take 10 times the loss, and they do that 2 or 3 times in their account. So that's why it's you can never say it enough that don't ever fool yourself into thinking that you can do this without a protective stop. Stops are not for silly, stupid people. they're for really smart, intelligent people. That's what that's what it's about.
It's the cheapest insurance you'll ever buy. And there's a difference.
Yeah.
We talked about this yesterday, I think, after you were on, because I had spoken to Mark Douglas over the holiday, and it was in his book. And by the way, guys, just his book's finished. It's not going to be available for you to read for a while yet. There's still a production process and some final edits, but it's been written. The third and final book is written. He's happy with it, and so looking forward to that. But we were talking about risk, and in his book he talks about, in the second book, there is taking the risk on a trade. You say, okay, I'm going to put a stop of however many points, so I'm going to, he said there's taking the risk and there's accepting the risk. He says if you accept the risk, then you'll let price come down and stop you out, and that's not a problem, and you move on to your next trade. He says, but if you just take the risk and don't really accept it, what will happen is as price comes down and starts to flirt with your stop loss a little bit, you'll find a reason, even though the market is telling you that you're on the wrong side of the trade because it's heading to your stop, or possibly on the wrong side of the trade. So you'll convince yourself it's okay to slip that stop down another couple points because the market probably needs some room to breathe, or to turn itself around, kind of thing. So you started out with a 2-point stop and now you're down 10 points. How did that happen? So I just want, we talked yesterday, but David has always talked about the importance of using a stop. I've always talked about it. You gotta do it, and it has to be a physical stop, a hard stop, not a mental stop. Not a general idea of an area where you may get out if things don't go well. Boy, you won't be around long. You won't be around long enough to learn how to trade. So use the hard stop and accept the risk. Accept the fact that when I get into this trade, if it moves this far against me, however that far is for you, then I'm okay with that, and I'll move on to the next trade. It's a cost of doing business.
So the markets have been great, and they are continuing to show the kind of volatility that is associated with, potentially lots of traders, making good trades, hopefully, putting together trades and managing their risk and getting ahead in these times. And we've said before, and I still believe it's, obviously, I've only said it a few days, but I think the markets are going to be very good all the way through 2016, partially because of the election year, because that will bring on its own forces and volatility, but because also we're about to leave the summer here, time-wise, and we're going to get into the fourth quarter, which is by itself a very important period of the year. So it's hard to see how the markets are going to be boring and dull. There may be some periods between now and the end of 2016, but I'm quite confident that most of the markets are going to be very active, and we're going to have, this is the time to really put some really polish your trading skills, because the markets are there to accommodate pretty much any kind of approach that you might take. Whereas in very quiet markets, it doesn't, the markets aren't accommodating other approaches that require bigger swings. They trend well now. That accommodates trend following. They're choppy also now. That accommodates that. So everyone is accommodated in the kinds of markets we have right now. So I'm delighted about that, and I'm very confident that we're going to see some very good continuation moves. With regard to charts, if you want to click them over, I'll show a few real quick. And
two questions that I do have in the chat box. John asks a very direct question: where's the S&P headed now?
Okay,
that's a good question. And Ed, and Ed said, and Tim typed in. He says, "Don't worry, I'm not in a rush." So, but I told him we wouldn't tarry too long. Ed asks, David, have any intraday indications for today on the S&P? So let me give you the charts.
We have a few, and we've mentioned them earlier this morning. There's some interesting things here today. Okay, let me go over real briefly what we have. The main thing for us was back on Wednesday of last week, we came out with an indication that if the S&P closed above $1,910, that on the day, that it would run up to $1,982 and it would touch that price on Wednesday, September 9th. So this was last week, and then we've been mentioning that day by day. And finally, for people who might not have already taken advantage of that, we given on Monday of this week, which was September 7th, any hourly close above 1949 can be bought for the advance to 1980.82. And so this is where most of our people got in, somewhere in the low 1950s. Today is Wednesday, September 9th, and we did in fact run up and complete 1980 and 1982. And this is a good example of what we talked about before, where we're not using a specific previous thing in the past that merely repeats to say, well, today they're going to go do what they did in the past. And that's why I was making that comment with no disrespect intended to anybody who is going to be on the show talking about those kinds of things. But there are other things that are required for the market to do specific things. It's not just time alone. The mistake is thinking that time by itself has the entire rulership over the market, and on one level it does, because time can't be messed with. Time is not something man can manipulate, change, buy and sell, discount and increase. He's subject to it. So in one respect, it's actually true that time rules the market, but in order for certain price things to happen, the time isn't the only factor. There's other factors involved to understanding why price would go up to 1982 and so on a specific date, other than simply saying, well, it did something like that so many units of time ago, and therefore it's going to do that again. That won't play out properly. Go ahead.
Well, you and I discussed yesterday that time is a state of mind to a degree, but man has now come along and laid down these rigid rules for good reason. You know, we know when it's high noon and we know when it's 6 p.m. and the dinner, it's time to go eat dinner, and we know what day of the week it is and the month. But I mean, I remember as a child staring at the calendar and going, somebody just made that up, you know? And now our lives revolve around it. We have to start buying presents in this month so we can give them away in this month, and just all these different things. And I'm just sitting, and I was really taken with the concept of time. Not just the time in a day, but time as because I was raised to believe there's an eternity, right? You know, that this life is, you know, just the beginning, and that when we leave this life, it's not the end, right? So I was trying to piece all that together as a kid, and I remember just staring at the calendar, and it's like, man, somebody just made all this crap up, you know? And
we have to follow.
Right. I have to put on my good pants and my good shirt because the calendar says it's Sunday.
Yeah.
Is it really Sunday?
Nobody likes to be dictated to, but the calendar really, I think, was born out of the planetary, you know, objects in motion thing, and people understood that there was day and night, and we started breaking it down into our Julian calendar, which is the calendar that we all use, and so on. So
Why is it called Julian? Why is it called Julian?
Well, it has to do with the dates, the dating method, because the way the dates are laid out. Because if you go by the pure sort of universal calendar, which is the planetary solar system, because if you went by that, our calendar will not match the actual. If you made up a calendar of just planetary events, it wouldn't match. So that calendar is called an ephemeris, you know, where you have where the planet's going to be on certain dates and so on. Yeah. But if you those two calendars wouldn't match, and there's been many different calendars, by the way. You've had the Julian. I think there's another one. Someone will remember the other name, but all they're trying to do is, for practical purposes, divide up what's already obvious, that there's day and night, there's seasons, and they're dividing it up in a certain way, and we all agree to live by that. And one of the beautiful things about the calendar is that since we all agree on certain things, that makes those things automatically a cycle. And so we all agree that we trade 5 days a week, perhaps, and then a little bit on Sunday for Globex.
Every Sunday morning we go to church, you know. We don't have to worry if anybody's going to be there, because we know everybody will be there because it's Sunday morning.
So for practical purposes, it organizes society in a way. It's a very good organizational tool. And but we were really talking the other day about the psychological time, the time that people feel, you know, and so on. I remember being, and we've talked about this, I won't go into it a lot, but I remember being very young, and summertime was literally an eternity. You couldn't figure out how long summertime was because it just felt like it was an eternity. And at that point, it was 5% of my life when I was 5 years old. And so I'm now 58, and 5% of my life is 2.9 years. So in order for
Well,
me
there's
to
a
feel
nice
what I
summer
felt back
vacation.
then, that would be. I would have to have a 2.9-year vacation in order to feel now what I felt when I was 5, when it was 5% of my then 5-year-old life, perhaps.
That's true.
So it
That's
probably is, the perception of time is variable, and it probably has a built-in logarithmic function, meaning a percentage-based function. The older you are, the more time passes without you being aware of it. The younger you are, the more you are aware of the passing time. That's why people say, gosh, where are the years going? I'm 10 years older already. And that's what I'm saying here on live radio. How did I get to be 58 years old? It just whizzes by. And as you can imagine, when you're 80 and 90 and when people are living to 110 and 20, that stuff's going to be just hurling by. Anyway, real quick, a couple other quick little trades. On Monday of this week, we had we indicated that a quick tradable advance was about to occur in the euro with an initial exit of 112.30. We entered at 111.70, and they rashed up to 112.31. So they tapped that, and this is now the September contract. We're still in this trade. We'll see if we can stay in it for another day or so. And then we had the S&P just the other day. On Tuesday, S&P is expected to advance to 1953 or higher into midday. They had a little sachet down of about 1.5 points, and then on a 5-minute chart here, we rallied up and completed that. So there you are. The main one for us is this big move that we've been waiting for to occur into Wednesday. I'm delighted to see that it happened. We want to keep an eye on the market because it is breaking to new inside session lows, and this is an interesting setup here, or a set of conditions. So there you are. Let me switch this back to you. I know you have guests waiting, and I will.
They're doing the Apple Live event right now. And
Yes.
guys, if you have an iPhone, if you open your Safari browser, type in Apple Live event, it will bring up a search page, and at the very top, it looks like an ad. It says Apple Live event. If you click that and then hit play, the guy's walking on the stage doing the talking right now. That's not Tim Cook. I'm not sure who that guy is. But so you can watch it on your iPhone. You cannot watch it, the live stream from Apple. You can't watch it on a Windows-based computer. But if you have a Apple computer or an iPhone or an iPad, you can. So, but you
One last thing, Dwayne, I would
watch this. So what we're going to do here today. So.
Yeah. One last thing I would throw in is that with regard to your upcoming guest and so on, that I think it's very valuable in the same way that time is valuable just as a way of organizing society and organizing events and understanding where you are in time, a man-made thing. I also think that their view of looking at these cycles, the 7-year or whatever, is also has a very positive effect as well in terms of knowing perhaps when to begin looking. If you're not looking just necessarily for a specific crash or something, let's just take that off the books. Why not also use these cycles just to look for important beginnings of things anyway, or endings of things? You know what I'm saying? Rather than saying, hey, it's going to be a crash, maybe it's not a crash, maybe a crash doesn't happen. But in these 7-year cycles, since it goes all the way back and it probably has some reality to it, why not take a look at those periods of time and see if something important is happening either in your own life or outside in your investment life or something, and begin to follow those trends, because there definitely are cycles. There's no question about it.
And I'm interested to find out if there was a period of time when at the end of the 7-year cycle we had some good thing happen to America, and if we finally hit the end of a 7-year cycle where bad things started to happen. In other words, it was sort of like maybe the hand of God, evidence showing us that, hey, you guys have, crossed the line. And so, I mean, I don't know. There's a whole lot I don't know, and I'm not afraid to admit it. Now, you're welcome to stay and hang out if you want.
I'll come back in. I have something I have to do, but I will come back, and I'd love to hear it. I love all the stuff. Anybody who's willing to come out and say, here's what we think is going to happen, and I'm always interested in that, and I'm always interested to hear what they have to say. So I'd love to listen in, and I will come back in.
Pop back in whenever you want. Okay.
All right, very good. Thanks for having me on. I'll see you guys soon, and good luck with the interview there.
Thanks so much. All right, guys. Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get Jim on here. and I'm going to get Tim on. Take me just a second. Jim, I'm going to open up your mic first. So give me a second. Okay, Jim, here goes your mic. Hey, welcome to the show.
Testing, testing, testing. Am I there?
Yes, sir. You're
Sounds
loud
good to me.
and clear.
Very
With
good.
that new headset. Now, Tim, I'm looking for you, and I'm going to open your mic right now. Here we go. Tim, welcome to the show. And I can't hear you, but that's not unusual the first time somebody comes on the show. I've unmuted
He's speaking
you.
very quietly.
Yeah, I've unmuted you on my end. It may be on your headset. I know, Tim, you mentioned that you got a new headset. So there may be in line a little mute button on there somewhere that's got you muted. So just check it out. And you can communicate with me through the chat box as well. So I think you might have just sent me a message in the chat box. Tim says, switching computers, give me a second. Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, no problem. Take your time. So, Jim, earlier today when you and I were talking, let me get rid of these lines. There we go. So this is the hourly chart of the S&P 500. And I was talking about the yellow line.
Yes.
Okay, which goes back to not the past Sunday night Globex Open, but the one before, where we had a gap lower open that still hasn't been filled. Okay, it came real close, but by letter of the law it didn't fill, and so that led me to believe this area was important, and we found it to be important last week as it represented the high, and then last night as we were climbing. Now, I do want to point out that the fact that there is a weekly zone here and this yellow line is here in the same area is for two entirely different reasons, which is something that really gets my attention when I have this confluence of things. When something for entirely different reasons points at the same number or same area, then I really expect it to play an important role in the market's development. And so last night we stalled for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours, finally broke through, pulled back, and we bounced on it for 1, 2, 3, and now in the 4th hour we're finally breaking down through that. For the audience, again, because I've already showed it to you on the other chart, so it's no big secret at this point.
Lay your fibs on that for a second
I
before
will.
you change screens, Dwayne.
Okay. So see, we're breaking down below 65.66. Now we've got 19 minutes left in this hour. The last 10 minutes of this hour will be very important. If this thing pops back up, leaves a wick sticking out below this zone, then we will look for higher prices. If we close below the zone, then the next zone down below us, I'll just go ahead and tell you, is 43.44. So that's a very nice potential trade to the downside. Now let me go back and do what Jim was talking about. And that would be to go from this swing low that we had last night, right here. So what we're doing is we're measuring the last leg. And that's my rule that I've always used, is you measure the last leg or the entire move. And so in this case we're measuring just the last leg on the hourly chart. And so what we had was price pulling back to that yellow line, to what was also a weekly trading zone, to what was also a 50% retracement of the last leg up. Now we've actually traded through the 50% retracement and our weekly zone and the yellow line, and we're taking out the 62% retracement. If this hour closes below the 62% retracement, the next logical area for support would be this swing low right here, which I think I just told you the weekly zone below us is 43.44. Okay? So last night, price ran up through that zone, pulled back into the zone. That's that same pattern I'm always drawing on the chart. It's like at that N shape, breaks through the zone, backs into the parking space, makes sure it's really going to be good support, 43.44, and then launches the next leg. So we had a leg and a retrace, and then a big leg. Okay. Now the Elliott wave guys would probably get into the whole ABC thing. That's just not in my toolbox. So look at where we're at now with the 62, and look how it lines up with this swing high right here. Now look at the horizontal line of my cursor. If I lay it right on the top of that swing high, and if you look at the current hourly candle, we're bouncing on that area right there. This is a great place for the market to potentially find support. So that's why I say we've still got 16 minutes left in this hourly candle. My candles are Globex candles. They start at the top of the hour. If you're using a day session chart, your candle will start on the half hour. The final 10 minutes of every hourly candle, I look for important movement. So this will either, now remember, it's a big red angry candle right now, but that's okay. That doesn't move me or motivate me. What I want to see is what it looks like at the close of the hour, because that will tell me if I should begin looking for short trades. But if this thing in the closing few minutes, and we've seen it happen on the show live so many times, in the last couple minutes price will race back up, close above the weekly zone, and bang, we go to put in another leg to the upside or the downside. So let's see.
What's the
Tim,
volume on that chart, Dwayne?
volume, now talking hourly or daily?
Hourly.
This hour we got 124,000 contracts.
Because right now there's a huge bias to the downside. There's a stack of people trying to buy at 1960.
Do you have the cumulative numbers on your DOM down at the bottom?
I don't have the cumes, but on that single number there's 1183. The next one closest to that is 400.
So I've got 3,900 on the bid, and I got 4,000 on the ask. So mine goes 10 levels deep. Yeah, so they're pretty even right now.
Okay.
Buyers may come in, lift this thing, take it higher. But again, see, I think a lot of times we want to jump the gun, and if we can just be patient a few minutes, we see a different picture and we go, oh, okay, so let's try it. We'll see if we get a different picture in 10 minutes. Not promising you we will, but let's allow for the possibility, and that can potentially give us a higher probability trade. As the market tells us, rather than us guessing or prophesying, we'll let the market tell us what direction it wants to move in. Now, Tim just sent me a message that says I'm good to go. Now, let me make sure. Oh, I need to open your mic again. Okay. Tim, welcome to the show. Pastor Tim, how you doing? Okay. Check the mute on your end, because I got you open on my end. If it turns out that we have a problem with the headset, Tim, you can always call in and Bert or Leslie one will patch you through to the show. But then you wouldn't be able to show your charts, and I really do want you to be able to show your charts. Actually, you could talk to me over the phone and still show your charts. Not your charts, but the slides that you've put together. So I'll give you a second to see if you can figure out what's happening on the mute side. Jim, you're still there, right?
I am still here.
Okay, just want to make sure I didn't lose my connection. Okay.
While we kill a few minutes on the while I was sitting here waiting on the bond market.
Can you hear me?
There you go. I heard you.
Okay, great.
Good. All right. Now, just say something. Say just hello.
Hello, hello.
Okay, that sounded
Nice.
good. At first there was like a sort of an electronic hum, but I think that was just you opening up the mic or something, because that what you just said sounded great. So, Tim, tell us, or Pastor Tim, tell us a little bit about yourself and who you are as a person, as a
Okay.
trader, as much as you feel comfortable sharing, and then tell us what we're going to talk about today.
Okay. Well, feel free to call me Tim. I've been
All right,
on the radio show asking questions for years
you
under the
have,
name of Tim.
you have. Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, I pastor for over 30 years up in the Northern California area, and then I started trading about 7 years ago.
Hmm.
So, actually starting to get a little bit smart in trading finally.
You mentioned in your email to me that you did some work with options.
Oh yeah, I did options before. I'm a day trader now, but I also do options. I've taught
Okay.
options and option strategies and stuff. And I still do that on the swing time frame, the
Do you?
multi-day time frame. Yeah.
And is that still a profitable venture for you?
Oh yeah, it
Okay.
is. It is. It's just the slower money for the amount of money I invest into it. I just have become much more interested in day trading.
Gotcha. Well, I mean that's good.
So,
Now,
but I do both.
Bert is our expert on options. David does a lot in options, but Bert really, and Michael is good with options. It's all Greek to me. I just haven't taken the time to study it. I mean, I understand the concept, of course. It's not much different than than buying an option to purchase a piece of property. I mean, that's how I identify with options, because I am familiar with it from the real estate market, and so I know there's the beta and all the different stuff, and so I admire you
Yeah.
guys that have a mind for it, because there's just so many variables. I mean, with this, it's either going to go up or it's going to go down, but with the options, you've got time decay and. But anyway,
Yeah.
tell us more. I know you didn't come to talk about options.
No, but options are give
Part
you a
of you.
lot of options though
There you go.
to
That's good.
to do things. But yeah, about the blood moons and the Shemitah, you are interested to know more about that. I have studied that and followed Jonathan Kahn's work and other people. He's one of the more well-known teachers, but there's a lot of people out there that are talking about both topics quite a bit. So I've taught on that for a while. I'm I'm not an expert, but I do know a fair amount of stuff. I think I can help everybody with some of the basics, and it is quite fascinating, and there is some real historical validity, I think, to the whole thing. So,
Now,
um,
where do we there's a lot of things coming together. This web page that I came across last night says that
yeah,
there's
I think
10
I read that web
things,
page as well.
the one in Charisma News, 10 things that are going to happen within 15 days of the end of Shemitah.
Hmm.
Now, the
Okay.
question that David brought up just a few minutes ago, and that I had the other day, historically, this end of the 7-year cycle was a time for celebration, correct? It was a good thing.
Yes. Well, you're talking about the Shemitah now, right? The
Shemitah.
Shemitah is the 7-year cycle,
Uh-huh.
and the blood moons is a totally different thing. But of course, this month they're converging together
Is
at
that
close
significant to
proximity.
you, like in trading when things converge, when you have different things coming together?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
um, yeah. I think it's significant, and just the events of the world during this season are real significant too. So I didn't read the article in Charisma,
Mm.
but I did make up my own calendar. I could even show you. I just started seeing so many things between these two dates, which are right upon us now, September 13th, which is Sunday,
Right.
and then 15 days later, which is the fourth blood moon in a series of four that have been happening for the last 17 months.
Why is it called a blood moon?
It's a lunar eclipse, and it's when the moon turns red or reddish.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there's been, this one in September is the fourth. The first two, which were last year in 2014, I watched them both. They were visible in the western
Did it
United
really
States.
did it look red?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It turns kind of darkish red. It's just because the moon goes behind the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
The sun, the Earth is in between the moon and the sun, and then the light of the sun has to go around the Earth, and then it refracts and it turns the light spectrum red. So the moon can look really red. Now, this fourth blood moon will be able to be seen over Jerusalem, which I think is significant. It also will be the largest supermoon of the year, and that's interesting too. So it'll be very bright and big in the sky, if you believe these things are signs from God, and I think they are. So, and it's not very often that a blood moon occurs on a supermoon. A supermoon is when the moon is closer to the Earth.
Yes, okay, now that I've seen. Sometimes, I mean, it's so enormous, and it's as if you could reach out and touch it.
Yeah. So this fourth and final blood moon, interestingly enough, will be able to be seen over Jerusalem, and it will be a supermoon. So, can I show you that calendar I made?
Absolutely, you betcha. I will switch over right now and make you the presenter. And so all you have to do is accept, and then if you have multiple monitors, just tell it which monitor you want to display.
For now.
Tim, I was doing some reading on the Shemitah and the blood moon as well, and how often, or do you know, is there a solar eclipse associated with the Shemitah? I know it talked about in 1931 there was a solar eclipse that took place, and it caused the greatest monolong stock market percentage crash in Wall Street history. Are there any other examples of that?
Yes. The Shemitah, you mean a solar eclipse?
Right, in connection with it.
Yes, the end of the Shemitah, which is Elul 29, which is like, it's just the Jewish calendar. That would be like our December 31st. Mm-hmm. And so that's coming up this Sunday. In 1987, there was a solar eclipse on Elul 29.
Okay.
And that was a Shemitah year. And then the 20% down stock market crash of 87 happened 3 weeks later.
That was the Black Monday, correct? Yes,
Black Monday.
Okay.
Now that's the largest percentage drop we've ever had in the stock market. Now the last two Elul 29s, we've had those large drops exactly on that day, which I want to say to everybody, that doesn't mean that something happens like that always exactly on that day. But what does happen is probably 90% of the time something happens in the first year of the new year. So we'll be starting a new cycle next Monday, or the eighth year. It'll be the Jewish New Year, right? Rosh Hashanah will be Monday and Tuesday of next week. And that first month of the Jewish New Year is called Tishri. And a lot of stock market events have occurred in that month. And that equates to us either September or October, which, if everybody knows that most of the major market downturns have occurred in September or October. Through history, right? You just referenced the Great Depression, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
The 31 market downturn, the 37, 38, those were all Shemitah years. So it's pretty interesting. Can you see my screen?
I can. I sure can. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm going to just expand it and then just go to this calendar I made. So you can see the calendar okay?
I can see it. Major events in September 2015.
Yeah.
I see the Pope there.
So we're right here on September 9th. Of course, this Friday is the 14th anniversary of the trade towers. I put that on there because that's always a potential for problems if there would be any terrorist attacks on those anniversaries. I've had a conjecture in my mind that if, let's say, the stock market were to crash, I'm still hoping. I'm not out to. I'd like to say I'm not hoping for it. I'm hoping for different. But if those kind of things would happen, if there would be a terrorist attack on the 11th, we may have a big downturn on the 13th. But the 13th is the Elul 29, and it's interesting. There'll be a partial solar eclipse on that day. And I think, Jim, that's what you were asking?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, there have been certain days, 1987 was one of them, and this year also, that there's a solar eclipse also on key days. Now, solar eclipses, some people think that solar eclipses reference judgments or signs to the Gentile nations, because we base our calendar on the sun. But the Jews and the Muslims both base their calendar on the moon.
Okay, I didn't know that. All right.
Yeah, and that's why you have the Jewish calendar is 360 days a year. That's why it doesn't fall exactly on the same time as our calendar. We have a leap day once every 4 years, right?
Yeah.
And they have a leap month, a whole entire month, once every so many years to catch them up.
And that reconciles the two?
That reconciles it back, yeah, eventually.
Okay. What
but
does
we have 365 days a year, and they have 360.
Okay. What does Elul mean? E-L-U-L.
It's just one of their months. It's one of their lunar cycle months. It's like December.
Okay, gotcha.
And then Tishri is the Elul is their last month of their year, and Tishri is the first month of their year.
Okay.
So you can see that we'll have the end of the Shemitah. Then the next 2 days will be, of course, their New Year, and they celebrate their New Year for 2 days. And for me, I have a mentality that a lot of things are converging in the world, both economically, politically, and spiritually or religiously at the same time. And so I put things that I thought were real important. The start of the United Nations 70th General Session begins, and that's going to be real important because, and what I'm saying is going to affect a lot about the nation of Israel, because I do think Israel is an end time. It's God's timepiece for the end time, and that.
And
it's
I mean, the mistakes we're making right now with handling the situation with Israel, I mean, biblically, we're just completely out of line if we want God's favor, right?
Yes, and you were saying earlier about were there certain shmitas where we were blessed? Yes, actually, the end of World War II, when we defeated Japan, came in a Shemitah year.
Okay.
Right. In the past season of time, there was blessing. The Shemitah, as far as I understand, came from information that God gave Moses, and then he gave to Israel, and that's when that 7-year cycle started. And it's been tracked specifically all the way throughout history. Now, every 7 times 7, when there's 7-year cycles, then we get 49. That year of Jubilee in the 50th year.
Okay, and
now, that's supposed to be, but some people are in disagreement on when exactly the Jubilee occurs, because there's not record of when they start celebrating it again in the Temple of Solomon. So people are in agreement on when the Shemitah happens. They're not exactly in agreement on when the Jubilee happens.
Okay, now, so originally the end of Shemitah was you forgave debts, correct?
Yes, it's about that. The Jubilee was definitely about the forgiving of the debts, but it's about the Sabbath rest. It's 7, a literal interpretation of Genesis, 7 days of creation. Our calendar's based on 7 days, 7 years of Great Tribulation. There's all kinds of sevens.
Sure.
But it had to do a lot with also commanding the land to rest. God commanded, they were supposed to, as farmers, were supposed to let the farm for 6 years and let the land rest. But it's interesting. I believe God's very specific on that. You know, that they actually never obeyed that law. And you can study it out that when Israel went into Babylonian captivity for 70 years, it's because they had dishonored 70 Shemitahs. And so, and if you read, it says Daniel knew the time of captivity was coming to an end because of his calculations. And he started praying about how they would come out of captivity. So God literally took the Israelites into captivity for 70 years and said, you didn't let the land rest, but I'm going to let it rest.
So if I'm a Jewish person and I'm following the law, if that's the proper terminology here, in the 6th year, I may be a little more hesitant to loan my neighbor some money if I know he only has a couple months to pay me back before I have to forgive it. Or is it 7 years out from the day you loan the money? I mean, or is it just by the calendar? This is the day or the time that you're supposed to forgive all debts.
Well, my understanding is that the people were commanded to forgive debt, or release their slaves during the Jubilee year. But the 7-year cycle was when God corrected things, and He wanted the land to rest. But it was kind of like a correction, and that's where I think a lot of people get confused, because they're like, is it going to be judgment or blessing? I think this cycle can be either blessing or judgment on either the Gentile nations or the Jewish nations, depending how they're responding to God. Mm-hmm. And I don't think it's always about judgment. In fact, even the word judgment, we always think negative, but actually judgment can be both positive or negative. It's about a judge correcting things. Sometimes you're awarded a judgment in court, and you get something that you deserve.
Yeah,
so
and sometimes you win a judgment and you don't, and you get nothing, because they say it's one thing to get a judgment, another to collect. This might be an unfair question, and if you don't even want to bother with it because it's such a hot topic kind of question, I completely understand. But do you think 9/11, September 11th, do you think that was God bringing judgment on America?
You asking me personally? I want to be sensitive to your audience and
I'm asking just your personal opinion.
Yes. Yes. That's where the teachings of the Harbinger come in from Jonathan Cahn, the book that made him famous originally. And there is a whole bunch of information that I'm studying right now about the Shemitah cycle and how it affected the towers. The plans for the trade towers were actually conceived in 1945, which was a Shemitah year. The beginning of the buildings were started in 1966, which was a Shemitah year, and they were finished in 1973, which was a Shemitah year.
Wow.
The idea of the Harbinger is that, just like, I'll just say real quick about the Harbinger. It's like a signpost.
Yeah. And speak freely. Don't, okay. Everyone knows what today's show is about. It's on Twitter, it's on Facebook, and so anyone that, would be, that's not interested in this, they know this is what we're talking about. So please speak freely.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we've been interested in this for a long time. On September 11th, which was during the Shemitah year, and then it's interesting that it was because of September 11th that the stock market was closed 6 days. And then on the 17th, which was exactly Elul 29, it opened, and it went down that record amount. So there's things in the Bible about towers and stuff, the Tower of Babel and other things that have to do with signs. I believe the attempts of the terrorists were to destroy all three of our symbols. Our symbol of economy, our symbol of military, and our symbol of politics, because they were going to try to destroy the White House.
Right. Oh, that's right. They were. And the Pentagon. Plane. And the Pentagon, yeah.
Now, since we're talking spiritually here...
I never thought about that before. Yeah, the economy, the government, and the military.
This was always interesting to us, and this is a little more spiritual, but about a month before the 9/11 attacks, in a church service we were having, a number of people simultaneously felt pictures in their mind or thoughts that we should pray for the White House, to protect the White House. And we ended up turning the whole meeting into a prayer meeting to ask God to protect the White House.
Wow.
And we at that time interpreted that to mean that maybe there would be an assassination attempt on the president.
Mm-hmm.
But then a month later, the 9/11 happened, and I'm not saying just because of our prayers, but other prayers. But it was very interesting to us that the trade towers were completely destroyed, the Pentagon was partially destroyed, and the attempt on the White House failed. So I think God was protecting the White House, but now I think our White House has turned into the Rainbow House.
Let me rephrase that question a little bit.
Okay.
9/11, was it God's wrath on America, or was it him lifting his hand of protection just a little bit as a warning? And you follow the difference there? Do you think it was wrath, or was it?
Well, that's a challenging theological subject.
Yeah.
And I personally believe that God's lifting his hand of protection is a form of judgment.
Okay.
When we walk out from under his hand of protection.
And we're about to make some decisions as a nation, or our administration is about to make some decisions that just totally, well, we've had this recent Supreme Court ruling. I mean, we've got all the way back to Roe v. Wade. I mean, I'm sensitive.
Roe v. Wade was a Shemitah year.
Well.
And it was the completion of the trade towers, 1973. And it was also a downturn in the stock market.
I am always very sensitive to, whenever I speak, and I've preached a time or two in my life, but I'm always sensitive to there being someone in the room or in the audience that may have gone through an abortion for whatever reason, right? And I don't ever want someone to feel condemned because they made that decision for whatever reason, but I can't escape the fact that we as a nation passed a law that not only allows abortion, but the partial birth, is that the right term, the partial birth abortion, where, I mean, how is that not murder? I don't know.
No, people don't want to talk about judgment, but at times things get to be so out of whack that God has to correct things. And as far as I'm concerned, America has basically commit in God's economy to things that are important to him. There's been 3 strikes: abortion, our turning our back on Israel, and the legalizing of and redefining of marriage.
Yeah, that is the hot topic.
They've come quicker. Yeah. One happened in '73. One happened in 2011. I think is really started to turn our back on Israel, and then one happened this year. It's kind of like the 3-strike rule, and that's what the Harbinger is about. If you read the book or watch the movie, there's a movie on it too. Jonathan Cahn explains that Israel had turned their back on God and gone after the false gods, that he allowed the Assyrians to attack them. And the Assyrians back then were known as the terrorists of the day. They took their captives and they put their heads on poles and they did all the kind of stuff that modern terrorists did.
Now that's what this ISIS group are doing, similar things. Yeah, I mean, they're that brutal.
So it's interesting that the Assyrians, out of all the enemies that attacked Israel, the Assyrians were known as terrorists that would do those kind of radical things to demoralize their enemies. So that type of people destroyed our trade tower. And then, if you read that story, it was a sign for Israel to turn back and repent, but they did not. Instead, they said, and it's recorded in Isaiah 10:9. Isaiah 9:10. We will rebuild with hewn stones, and we will There's this verse about how we will rise up in our own ability and rebuild. Okay?
And our
Now
own
it's
ability.
Yeah, instead of repenting and humbling ourselves and saying, God, you're trying to wake us up, we said we will come back even stronger. That verse was used by Tom Daschle the next day on the Senate floor after 9/11. If you read the verse in context,
is he the guy that got the anthrax, Tom Daschle?
I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
Later Obama used it, and Obama has written up on top of the new trade tower, on the top beam, he wrote a modern version, we will remember, we will rebuild, we will, whatever. It's written and signed by him on top of our brand new One World Trade Tower. But if you read it in context, it says, in our pride, God says, in your pride you say, we will rebuild, and therefore I will bring further judgment. That's exactly the context. Yet our leaders took that verse out of context and used it.
Wow.
Where the whole context is about us speaking it in pride. Well, I think it's very clear.
Yeah, at 9/11, the scripture that it was on T-shirts everywhere, and the churches were full of people. It was if my people who are called according to my name will turn from their wicked ways and repent. And I don't recall word for word how the rest of the scripture goes, but you know the one I'm talking about.
It's 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and heal their land.
Yeah, so that's repentance right there, not this other scripture. Exactly.
So
God's real big on humility. He says he'll exalt a humble man, but the proud, he's got something there.
Yeah. So I think God gives warning signs because the Bible says that he's slow to it's in 1 Peter or something. He's slow to bring judgment. He wants men everywhere to repent.
Oh, that's
it says, and so he's very slow to bring things out. I just studied recently. Since you're talking on that, it's very fascinating to me about the prophecies that God gave Enoch about the coming flood, and how Enoch named his son Methuselah. Actually, his name means a dart or an arrow, a signpost of something coming. And then it said that Methuselah died in the year of the flood. So when Methuselah died, that was a sign that the flood was coming. And you have to study into it deep to see that. And who was the man who lived the longest on the earth?
Methuselah.
And why? Because God was slow. He was wanting to give opportunity. And I think we've had 14 years, and I don't think we've gone in the right direction for the last 14 years in our country.
Well, it was so gratifying to see what happened this past weekend at the box office. We talked about it yesterday.
War Room.
With Jonathan, the movie War, with a $3 million budget. Was the box office smash hit. It took out Compton, which is sort of the antithesis of, a godly movie. It's glorifying gang banging and the whole thing, and the rap culture and all of that. So that's America making an attempt, trying to turn. But I mean, if our leaders are going to go, and I see on your calendar up here, you've got the UN, and on the 17th, the Federal Reserve meets. We get the interest rate decision. Well, that comes on Wednesday, doesn't it? The 16th, I think.
Maybe I may have that wrong.
Okay, but so the Iran nuclear deal, congressional deadline. Don't they already have enough votes to put that through? I mean,
they do, but there's some kind of situation where they can try to. There's still something they're trying to do.
Okay.
I think yesterday they said on the news it was going to go through.
What's that?
Jesus says if you think it in your heart, it's as if you've already done it. And he was, I think, talking at the time about lusting after a woman. But if, in fact, I think our administration and the majority of Congress that voted on this have said, I mean, none of the Republicans voted for it. It's the Democratic side. I don't want to get all partisan, but that's just the truth. And then this one lady that we talked about, I guess last week, she was deciding the 34th vote or something that he needed for this deal to go through. And so at that moment, it's sort of like, you know, if God is, if there's going to be judgment, I think whether we end up carrying the deal out or not, it's the fact that we're willing to do this deal with someone who has said there's nothing more important to them than to blast Israel off the face of the earth. And they got some pretty good plans for us too.
Do you know that when we lift our sanctions of $150 billion, that will be more money than we have ever given to Israel since their inception as a nation?
No,
we will release. We will release. We will release to Israel's enemy more money than we've ever given to Israel in their whole history, 70-year history.
And Israel's one of our allies.
Yeah, I think the Bible's very clear about God blesses those who
protect Israel. Yeah, if you protect Israel, and I'll watch. I got your back if you take care of Israel. And it's so clear and it's so plain. And I think we've had, you know, many presidents in office who recognized that and honored that. But this administration is completely gone in the opposite direction. Now, I haven't checked the chat box.
I could say a couple facts about Israel.
Yeah.
That would, I know maybe some people don't connect those dots, but I think they're pretty strong. When Israel became a nation in 48, it was so unique. The United Nations, or the nations of the world, gave them their land. There's no ancient culture that has been restored to their original geographic area with their religion, their language intact, and they did not get their land by military conquest, but it was given to them. I mean, that's unique in history. And now in 70 years, they're the 10th strongest nation in the world. On some people call them 12th, some people call them 10th. In just 70 years, it's a modern day miracle. But when they were deciding to do that, FDR, who had been in office for 15 years, was against that. And if America didn't vote yes, then the UN would have not given their land back. After he made the decision that I will not support Israel having their land back, he died within 2 weeks.
Wow.
Also, when George Bush Sr. there's certain times where we've stepped back a little bit from Israel or supported them a little bit.
Yeah, this sounds
it's very
a little bit
interesting
familiar. What you're saying
Nixon supported Israel and helped them in the '73 war.
Right.
George Bush Sr. Did something that was somewhat negative. I don't remember exactly what it was. And then within weeks was the hurricane destroyed his own house on the coast in the northeast part of the country. There was some other statement we made against Israel, and a couple weeks later was Katrina. If you want to connect dots,
I've heard that path you're going down right now. I've definitely read and heard that.
There's videos on that kind of stuff.
Jeff K, how you doing? He's in. Haven't seen in a while. Jeff K's in the audience, and he has a question. Dwayne, speaking of Israel, are you aware of replacement theology? Lots of Christian megachurches are following this, and he says basically it's turning their backs on Israel. Jeff, no, I'm not familiar with the term replacement theology. Are you, Tim?
Yes, I'm completely aware of it, and that is
Can you tell us about it?
That there is no modern day physical Israel. That the church is the spiritual Israel, and the modern Israel physically is meaningless.
Okay, and what do you say to that?
Basically the idea, and a lot of people are believing that. I don't know how they come up with that from the Bible, but that is becoming more popular.
It's also called suppressionism. a Christian theological view on the current status of the church in relation to the Jewish people and Judaism. I take it you don't buy it. Am I correct?
Me?
Yeah.
No, not after all these. No, I think
Okay.
modern day Israel is a. I think both the church, the born again believers around the world, the spiritual church, and physical Israel are both a part of God's plan in the end time, physical and spiritual. And the only people, the world is quickly turning against Israel, almost all the nations.
Right.
And it's interesting, Netanyahu is very, tells people that he says some of the only people that support him now are Christians. You know?
Well,
And
the last
actually,
time he came here, didn't the president do something that was disrespectful? He didn't show up for a meeting, or didn't something happen?
the president has let him in. The president has been very rude to him. He's brought him in and then told him, I'm not going to be with you long. I'm going to dinner with my wife. And then he said, you can go eat in the cafeteria. And there was no kosher food. And
Oh my goodness.
they've been at odds for a long time. They don't bring him in the front door. They bring him in the side door.
What? And they got upset because he went and spoke to Congress, which I thought, I listened to him speak to Congress, and I thought that was, I supported
Which
everything he
leads
said.
to
Yeah.
which leads to something else that's real important next week, is that the Pope will be speaking to Congress.
Mm-hmm.
What people believe about the Pope or the Catholic Church, good or bad. I'm not,
Yeah, this
here
Pope
to talk
has
about that,
sort
but
of.
the Pope is a very important person. We know that.
Oh, absolutely. And this particular Pope is really dancing to the beat of a different drummer than popes who came before him. He's quite.
I could just give you about a half dozen quotes from the Pope that would cause you to say, where is he coming from? They're not Christian or biblical at all, these quotes. So, but
Well, feel free
the
to share them
point
if
is-
you want. We're not picking on any particular religion. We're talking about an important leader of a large percentage of the world. When the Pope speaks, people listen. He's got more followers than Joel Osteen. So there you go.
Well, yeah, the Pope, the Catholics are 1.2 billion, and they only 10 years ago were surpassed by Muslims as the biggest religion in the world. So before that, they were the biggest. But the Pope said things like, God is not a divine being or a magician. God.
Really?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well, I believe the part about the magician, but to deny his divinity to being a divine being, that's bizarre.
He said, if Martians were to land on the Earth tomorrow, I would baptize all of them. There's a lot of strange things. I don't know if I want to.
I think they're
down that
growing
road
some
right
weed
now.
up in the Vatican City there, and I don't know. That just sounds like he's trying to be
Pretty
funny.
much, the Vatican always does damage control when this Pope speaks. This Pope is the first Jesuit Pope ever in history.
Now, why is
and
that
the
significant?
The Jesuits were an order that was developed when the Protestant Reformation occurred, and tried to get Catholics back into because they were losing them to the Protestant Reformation, and some of the Inquisitions came from the Jesuits. Some people feel the Jesuits are kind of like how ISIS is compared to all the Muslims.
Mm-hmm.
The Jesuits are like that. They're more of the radicalized
Okay.
Catholics. There's just a lot of things that are very different about this Pope, and the point is, he's the first Pope ever to speak to Congress.
Yeah, it's not something
so that will be significant.
I remember the Pope Mobile thing. What was that, back in the 80s or late 70s? The Pope came and he rode around in the Pope Mobile. I remember that, but I know he didn't speak to Congress then. But I did read a headline to my wife last night. Just as she was falling asleep, I had my iPad out reading the news. She was raised Catholic, her whole family. And I said, hey, did you hear what the Pope said today? And she's like, I don't listen to the Pope. And I go, I know that, but he's going to make it easy for Catholics to get a divorce. It's always, in the past, it's been very difficult for someone who's a practicing Catholic to, get a divorce. You don't do it. And he's changing that. He's making it, I don't know the specifics of it. I just
Yeah.
I'm bad like that. I scan headlines because I only have so much time. So, and instead of reading the whole article and understanding, I just read the headlines because a little knowledge is
Yeah.
a dangerous thing. So, did you hear
Well,
that yesterday?
in my understanding, the Pope is very socialistic
Mm-hmm.
in his
Yeah.
mindset.
Right.
He's also very inclusive, talking about atheists and Muslims will all find their way to God if they have a good conscience, things like this.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean,
And
we've
I
been
don't
taught
believe
as
that's
believers that
biblical Christianity.
yeah, we've been taught that good works are not what gets you an eternal relationship with the Creator.
Right. And I don't want to judge Catholics or
No.
individual Catholics, or
No.
I'm talking about the institution of the church, not
Absolutely.
individuals.
Well, I'm anti-religion. I mean, I'm a pastor. I'm an ordained minister. I don't preach on Sunday mornings. I have a historic church in downtown Phoenix, but I am totally anti-religion. Religion is a return to bondage, and I think that religiosity and religion, however you want to phrase it, has been responsible for the death of more people throughout history. More people have been killed in the name of God than for money or for any passion, any other thing, any other reason. And I just don't, well, I don't know. I mean, we have an Old Testament God and we have a New Testament. And, he was pretty angry in the Old Testament.
Yeah, I'm anti-religion too, and I define religion as man's purposes and agenda done in the name of God, and it's just false spirituality. So, however you define it, but the point is, this Pope is going to be a big deal because
what's he supposed to be
he's speaking
talking
to Congress and he's
to them
speaking to
about?
the UN. And if you look on that calendar, you'll see that the day he speaks to the UN is also the day that the UN launches its new SDA, which is like an intense Agenda 21, Level 2.
What is that? I don't know what that is.
21.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Can you tell me?
Agenda 21 is where the United Nations gets more and more power and laws that supersede the laws of each sovereign nation. Because of climate change and because of the...
Do you think at some point we'll have a UN standing army here in the United States that will become a police state under the UN as part of one world government? I mean, I know that's far-reaching and it gets into almost conspiracy theory kind of stuff, but do you foresee that in our future?
Yeah, I could foresee our president, doing that. There's definitely a... Well, you're going down the conspiracy trail, and I don't like one of those guys. The Bible says, everybody always argues about conspiracy, which was a word that was created actually by elitists to make people who are worried about bad things going on behind the scenes negative. That they actually created the word conspiracy. But I have a Bible verse on that. It says, "The mystery of lawlessness will occur until the man of sin is revealed." So the Bible says the mystery of lawlessness already exists in the world. And so lawlessness is sin and mystery is stuff that's done behind the scenes. So yes, I think conspiracy is going on all over the world. So that's how I try to explain people, to say conspiracy isn't necessarily wrong. Now how far you want to go with it, is what each person has to decide. But yeah, is there wickedness going on behind closed doors? Yeah, I think most of our radio audience kind of believes that way.
If they're a part of this audience, I think by and large, for the most part, they probably do. Now, these blood moons and the influence that they have on what's happening here on Earth. Because we have a member of our audience, Richard, who he does a lot of work with, I consider it astronomy. I don't know, perhaps others would label it astrology, but with the planets. We know that the moon, for instance, controls our tides, comes in, goes out. They chart it. And so these other planets, these other heavenly bodies that God Himself put there, we didn't put them there. God put them there. Do you think it's possible that they have influence over our lives and what happens with man here on Earth, from financial markets to the tides? I mean, the tide thing's science.
I think God uses them for signs. For signs, and let me go on to another slide here and show you why I believe that. Both the sun, the moon, and the stars is. Can you see this slide with the three wise men?
Yes.
Okay. This is Genesis 1:14. Let there be lights in the firmament of heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs. The Hebrew word means signals or signposts, and seasons and days and years. So we know that the stars, the sun, and the moon all show us the days and the months and the seasons of time, but the Bible added in signs or signals. And I put in that slide, I took some of these slides from stuff I've taught on, of the wise men, because that's probably the most famous biblical account, right?
Right.
Of these men from another culture, in many, what were they, from Asia, who, because of a sign in the sky, felt a king was going to be born, right?
Right.
Actually, if you study that out, you can trace that region that the wise men came from was most likely goes back to Babylon, and most likely they came to their knowledge from what Daniel taught them when he was in Babylon centuries before, and that's how come they had those prophecies about the stars. But the Bible has a lot about the signs and the stars, and in fact, rabbinical tradition teaches that Seth, Adam's son, taught Enoch the signs that were in the stars, and that the whole plan of redemption, Jesus coming, the saving of mankind, was actually written in the stars. And then later on at the Tower of Babel, Nimrod perverted that, and that's where we get the zodiac. So we have astrology, which has signs of. They take the stars and they connect the dots in the way they want to connect them, and they get pictures of crabs and of half man, half beast, and all kinds of weird things. And I believe that's a false perversion. There's books out about how actually you can redraw the stars and have the pictures of the Savior coming to the world. And actually some of the ancient synagogues that they've unearthed have on their walls their own zodiac, but I don't know if zodiac's the right word, but their own drawings of the redemption plan of God throughout history, and that was in the stars. So I think the devil's tried to pervert that into what we have as modern day astrology, but that there are definite signposts by the sun, the moon, and the stars. So my answer is definitely yes.
Okay, well, yeah, that's an interesting answer, because it's on one hand you're saying that in fact, because I think that would be how Richard would describe how he sees the work that he does is as signposts. I don't think, I mean, there's certainly nothing wicked or evil in, and it's not, I'm just using Richard as one example, but he's a member of our audience, has been for a very long time. But there's lots of guys out there that do stock market cycles, and there's one that's called Trade the Stars, Not the Bars kind of thing. I mean,
yeah.
And I've heard that, I think the one that always pops into my mind is when Saturn is in retrograde, something big happens in the market. And I've had someone point it out to me on a couple of occasions when different things happen. And Richard, I'm just going to see what he had to share with us today, because I know he had some stuff.
Yeah, I've heard you talk about that, and it sounds interesting.
Yeah, he says today, have 1992/94 as important resistance. Okay, that's price. And have many important planetary aspects yet to take place in September and first part of October. Looking for a retest or lower prices into later September or lower prices into first part of October time period. Okay, and let's see. Cycles are everywhere, but there are more dynamic, geometric, and not so much static cycles. Can be lows for a while, and then it becomes a high all of a sudden. Same goes for highs. Really believe electromagnetic impulses, which are the strongest at the planetary aspect, affects how people react to the markets. And so he's suggesting that, because David talks about this thing that he says he calls the force because he has no other name for it, where people act in a certain way, sort of, crowd behavior or crowd mentality. And Richard says that he believes that it's this electromagnetic impulses that are what I think, if I've read into your work what I think I have, Richard, that it sort of guides the herd mentality. And so, and then Richard says the cycle of 360 days to me is the geometric cycle, that of the circle, which I use in my market cycle work. Oh, so see, he uses that 300, because you said the Jewish calendar is 360 days, not 65, right?
Yes, right.
Okay, so see, that's
Based on
lining
the
up.
moon.
Yeah, okay. Let's see what other comments I've got in here.
I think I don't understand all that, but I think there is a connection to that, and especially then I'm thinking of a level above that where God has literally caused certain things to happen at certain times and giving us signs in the sky. I think God is trying to speak, and usually we're just not listening real clear. But the blood moons, basically, I just want to say historically, the truth is that during certain times when these certain eclipses have occurred, certain things have happened, and there is a definite pattern. And it's not always exactly the same, but the big deal about the blood moons right now is that the 4 of them fall on the 4 Jewish holidays in a 2-year cycle. That's what everybody's talking about. There's blood moons there's lunar eclipses once or twice a year.
Okay. Well, John Hagee wrote a book that I think got a lot of popularity, The 4 Blood Moons, and others have written about it.
He made it most popular, but actually some Jewish rabbis were the ones that came up with it. John Hagee just kind of popularized it.
Okay. Gotcha.
But here's the cycle that we're coming to the end of right now in 2014, and this doesn't happen very often, that in a 2-year cycle, the 4 blood moons, they call it a tetrad, that they fall exactly on these Jewish holidays. And then you see also 2 solar eclipses occurred, and one of them will be coming this Sunday on Elul 29, and one of them occurred on Nisan 1, which is another important date on the Jewish calendar. So all 6 of these events occurred on specific Jewish times, and that doesn't happen very often. So, and then the John Hagee's book and John Hagee's movie goes back and explains what's happened in the past about it. So,
is that a movie that you can watch on YouTube or something?
Yeah, it was in the theaters for a while. It's just called The 4 Blood Moons, I think.
4 Blood Moons. I
think you can watch it on Netflix now.
Alan R., who's been a longtime member of our audience as well, he's a missionary, and he commented in 1948 when the UN made the deal and Israel was granted the land. Israel, along with World War II veterans, mercenaries, etc., came in with air support, killing Palestinians, some of who were Christians. They also forcibly removed the Palestinians from their land. This is historical fact. I only mention this because the speaker, that would be you, Tim, mentioned there was no military involvement in this transfer. So, is that something that's significant to you, or?
Well, I'll I'll have to study into that more. There was not, I don't know the specific details of everything that happened, but I do know the United Nations granted the land, the land of Palestine, back to the Israeli nation, wanting to give them a homeland because of the Holocaust that had occurred. I don't think Israel's
now, wasn't
been
that
really
a fulfilling
white.
of prophecy when that whole thing happened back in, he quoted the year in 1948. Did that not fulfill some Old Testament prophecy about...
It filled a lot of Old Testament prophecies, and
Okay.
God said very clearly, I will gather you back
There, yeah.
to your land. I don't have those verses in front of me, but there's very specific prophecies, I think. For the most part, I don't think Israel has been lily white in its response, but my opinion in my study shows me that for the most part, Israel has not been an aggressor, but has usually just defended itself. Most of the times that Israel has advanced its land, in 1948, 67, and 73, they were attacked by a coalition of Islamic nations from around, sometimes 3, sometimes 5, sometimes 7. And in the wars, which they usually won, the one war they won in 6 days, there's quite dramatic
6-Day War.
victories.
I know a little about that, yeah.
1967, the 6-Day War, and that's when they regained Jerusalem. In 48, they regained the nation, but in 67, they regained the city of Jerusalem. And both those years were a tetrad. 4 blood moons occurred really close to 48 and 67. So,
and that's what we have setting up right now? Or we're in the midst of that now, these 4 blood moons?
Well, in my understanding, the actual biblical, the land that God promised Moses, the Canaan land that they were supposed to go in and conquer, those borders are still larger than modern day Israel. They have not. They have only taken about 2/3 of the land that was promised to them in the Bible. And what's also interesting, if you study out specifically where they went in and conquered, remember they conquered Jericho, the Battle of Jericho, and the Canaanites
walls came
go
down.
and conquer.
Yeah.
There were certain places they did not conquer. And if you study those out, you'll find that those are the same places that are now under dispute. Golan Heights, the West Bank, and the third place. There's 3 places. Those are places where even back then they did not conquer. So it's really fascinating. But maybe Israel will even advance their borders if they're attacked again. But I know that in 1967 they were attacked. In 1973 they were attacked on Yom Kippur, on their most holiest day, while they were in synagogue. They were attacked. Israel usually will not make any kind of aggression against their Islamic adversaries during their holy days, and during especially the Hajj, which is coming up this month as well, which is another big, that's the major event for the Islamic community, is happening.
What's that called?
It's called the Hajj. Right
Not
here, it's
familiar with
underneath
that.
the Pope.
Oh,
It's
okay.
where Muslims go for a year, or a yearly pilgrimage. It happens every year, but some of them have to go once in their lifetime back to Mecca.
Right.
And then they worship, and that's a lot of people. Like 3 or 4 million people end up in Mecca for a
Wow.
week. So it's a big event, and that doesn't always coincide with the Jewish holidays, but this
Okay.
year it does. So, but Israel has not attacked or come back against their Islamic adversaries during their holy days. But
A question.
But Muslim nations did attack Israel during Yom Kippur while they were all in their synagogue in 1973. So in my opinion, Israel has not been an aggressor, but mostly a defender.
Okay. Ken has a question
know.
for you. Pastor Tim, really appreciate your time and insight. I am following the Shemitah very closely. how do you transition the scriptures spoken to Israel to America?
He's probably talking about the Harbinger there.
Well,
if you read the book, The Harbinger,
okay.
Jonathan Cahn will explain about 10 things that happened in that Isaiah 9:10 passage that he feels are happening the same way to modern day America.
If I understand Ken's question, what he's saying is God spoke these things to Israel, so how do we now transition it to it being spoken to America? Am I right, Ken? Did I get the gist of your question there? Feel free to type in again and let me know. Yeah, Ken said that's exactly what he was referring to. And so you're saying that in the Harbinger that's explained?
Yes, that's the whole basis of the book, is that the same way God dealt with the nation then,
Mm-hmm.
and how they didn't respond correctly, but he kept warning them, that Jonathan Cahn was concerned that America is following that same pattern, and then when they started using the same exact verses, then it was like something for us to go back and look at and say, America needs to be careful not to make the same mistakes Israel did when Israel was brought into judgment. So,
Gotcha.
and I do think America, since you've asked for opinions, I do think America is unique in the Gentile nations of the world. Of course, we all value America because we're born here,
Mm-hmm.
but I think most of the world recognizes the unique place that America has played in history, and that the world is a lot better, for the most part, for what America has done. And if you even go back to the blood moons of the last blood moon after 48, 49, and 67, 68 goes all the way back to 1493, 1494. Wow. And guess what happened then? That's when Christopher Columbus discovered America. And again, I think America is really tied. I think part of America's God-given destiny is to protect the Jewish nation.
Well, I was taught that by my grandmother, who had a second-grade education, and to my knowledge, as a kid growing up, the only book I ever saw lying around in her home was the Bible, and she read it, and she read it every day. She was one of the smartest women I've ever known, but she had a second-grade education. She had wisdom that transcends age and education that you get in a school of higher learning. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
She taught me this. I heard this growing up as a child. So
yeah, well, we need to go back to some of that wisdom. I think 89% of all the Jews in the world live in Israel or America. 6 million live in Israel and 5 million live in America.
Yeah.
And
as a member of my audience told me yesterday, they're here because they have to control the media, and I forget what else it was.
Yeah. Well, Jewish people are very, like it or not, Jewish people are very influential in every realm of society, either for good or for bad. There's some Jewish people have done some really great things, and some done some really bad things. But I think they do have a blessing on them.
Yeah, I was going to say there's an astronomical number of scientists and inventions and developments that have come out.
Media, bankers, politicians. Yep.
An abnormal percentage compared with the rest of the world, as if they really were the chosen people or something. I mean,
the Jewish population has not even grown back to the size it was before the Holocaust. There were 18 million people, 18 million Jews on the planet before the Holocaust, and a third of them were killed. And now there's only 15 million, even today. There's a very small percentage of Jews in the world.
How is it possible that there's a large group of people in the world that deny the Holocaust ever happened? Don't we have historical evidence? I mean, this isn't just some tale that's been passed down over the years. I mean...
Well, I was in Germany several decades ago, and I visited one of the concentration camps, so
Did you?
unless that's all pretend.
I mean, what's the basis of their argument? How's that even? I
Well,
can't fathom
we
it.
have a serious problem with the rewriting of history right now. How extreme it's going to go, I don't know.
Now, are you
But-
referring to Common Core?
Yeah, I'm referring to a lot of our, even before Common Core, there's a lot of rewriting of history. But here's a historical event that has been, and this is from what I've heard, that this story of Christopher Columbus actually has a lot to do with the Jews, and that there's people who believe Christopher Columbus was secretly was a Jew, but that he didn't allow that to be known because Spain was doing a persecution against the Jews, and they killed some Jews, and they also then told a bunch of Jews they had to get out of the country like in 4 days. They expelled them. That all happened around the time when Christopher Columbus was sent off to America, and although King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella supposedly financed there's other stories that say there was actually 3 Jewish businessmen that secretly financed Columbus to go look for a new homeland for the Jews. So if that story is true, that shows even in the discovery and inception of America, it was tied to the storyline of Israel.
The Jewish,
So
to the Jewish people.
Yeah, America has been the #1 ally of Israel up till recently, and throughout the years. And like I said, FDR, he decided not to vote to annex or to give that land back to Palestine. He died in a couple weeks, and Truman came in and took his place. And the story is that Truman was not sure what he should do, and he said, I'm going to go away and read the Bible for 3 days. So he left office. He did this within the first few weeks that he was president. And he went and just studied the scriptures, and he came back and said, we must give this land back to Israel. It's God's plan. And that's how America's vote in the UN was very powerful and still is. In fact, let me say this week in the 70th Council that's coming up, my understanding is France is going to bring up the resolution again to make part of Israel a Palestinian state, a sovereign nation, or whatever. Am I saying the words right? There's been a referendum in the past to allow the Palestinian to become their own nation, which would basically...
Yes, there's a declaration currently being made, I think, that speaks to that. Someone in the audience may know more about it. Jim, are you up on that?
No, I'm not up on it. I do want to ask one question, Tim. If we acknowledge there's been a clear pattern established with the Shemitah, and it's not a coincidence what happened in 2001 and 2008 with the markets, do you think it'd be foolish to ignore the possibility of greater judgment might be in the works with God? I mean, because America continues to move away from God and His Word. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, that's what the Harbinger is all about, and I tend to agree with it. I'm praying and hoping it isn't the case, but it seems to be the road we're going down. In the Harbinger, there were 2 warnings and then the final judgment. And so it's interesting that there's always a market down. There is frequently, if not probably 90% of the time, there's a market downturn, either bond market, stock market, during that 7-year cycle. But the last 2 that you're referring to, Jim, they actually occurred exactly on Elul 29, so they're getting more dramatic and more specific.
Okay.
In fact, the last one, 2008, was in the middle of that summer. Remember the credit swap, the
derivatives, the whole meltdown,
derivative, all that junk. Yeah. And so we had that summer of chaos, right? Mm-hmm. But the biggest day was on Elul 29, and it was, if you think numbers mean anything, it was 777.7. If you check it out, some say 0.69 and some say 0.7. And I'd like to ask David this. They said it occurred in the 7th hour of trading, and I know he's into different hours of the day, and the market lost 7% of its value. on that day.
Richard might be able to verify that for us. Richard, if you can, type that in. I'd like to hear it. Let me ask you, I've got some more questions here from
So
the
did
audience.
I answer Jim's question?
Oh, I think it did. That was
Did it?
Yeah, and that's kind of based on this conversation that we're having. That's kind of where I was going with my whole thought process. It's like, holy cow.
Yeah, and that's why I'm really concerned and refocused on that this month, because I've understood the blood moons for the last 17 months, and I knew the last one was coming, and then I learned about the Shemitah. But to see what happened in August in the markets, and to hear that article, and I appreciate you reading that, Dwayne, that article that fella wrote about what he thinks is going on behind the scenes. I'm like, I don't know if something could occur, but we could possibly be in for even more downturn if things really start unraveling. I don't know if what happened in August was just a precursor of even more. And I think we've been looking at the technical charts and seeing that the market could easily fall a lot more.
Yes.
Just technically.
Absolutely. The article that I was reading that from, it says that there's 10 other things, and I think a lot of these line up with what you've already mentioned. September 14th, which will be Monday, is Rosh Hashanah, if I said that right. On September 15th, the Jade Helm military exercises are scheduled to end. And also on the 15th, what you mentioned, the 70th session of the UN. And up until now, and this is when the UN Security Council is going to will give formal recognition to a Palestinian state shortly after the new session begins. Up until now, the U.S. has always been the one blocking such a resolution, but Barack Obama has already indicated that things may be different this time around. If alarm bells are going off in your head as you read this, then you probably already understand how significant this event could potentially be. September 20th to the 26th, World Week for Peace in Palestine, Israel, sponsored by World Council of Churches. You mentioned Yom Kippur. You mentioned Pope coming to the United States to meet with Barack Obama. Some have suggested the timing of this is highly unusual. Oh, I found this interesting. Francis is the 266th Pope. He'll be meeting with the President on the 266th day of the year, leading one internet preacher to wonder if something is being birthed on that day, since 266 days is the typical human gestation period from conception to birth.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
Amazing. Yeah, and then they mentioned the addressing the Congress, the Pope addressing Congress, as you have. The United States, the Sustainable Agenda. If you don't like Agenda 21, then you really aren't going to like the 2030 Agenda. Okay.
I think, that SDA, that's what's going to be introduced the day the Pope speaks to the Congress on the 25th. Right. And it really has to do with, it's really leading into one world.
One world government. Yes.
And it's not going to be.
They want to take away our cash. Yeah. Right. Yeah. They're trying to take away our cash and make us use electronic money. We had a member of the audience the other day talk about how difficult or impossible, I think, was what it was. He had $500 or $5,000 that he had come into somehow legitimately, but Chase Bank would not accept a cash deposit because they couldn't prove where the money came from. And so I see that as an alarming direction. September 28th is the date when the Feast of Tabernacles begins. It's also the date of the last of the 4 blood moons. The blood moon falls on the very last day of the Feast of Tabernacles, and as you said, is a supermoon, clearly visible from the city of Jerusalem. Many dismiss the blood moon phenomena, but we have seen similar patterns before. For example, a similar pattern of eclipses happened just before and just after the destruction of the Jewish temple by the Romans in AD 70.
Right. Some people agree with that and some don't, but that one would be added to the list. If you see the slide, you can see all the significant blood moons
Yeah,
all the way
worst
back to the time of
persecution,
Christ.
Islamic invasion, Jews persecuted. That's amazing.
Yeah. So what you see, though, a lot of times is something bad tries to come against the Jews, but then the Jews prevail.
Yeah.
Like, if you think it's a good thing that Columbus found America, it turned out to be a good thing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And right, and of course, these last ones, when a bad thing came against Israel, Israel had victory. And if you do study end time biblical wars, like Psalms 82, Ezekiel 37-38, which a lot of people think have not occurred, it's about nations coming against Israel, but then Israel miraculously defeating them. So again, the lunar, because they're on a lunar calendar, the moon signs usually refer to Israel, something happening with Israel, but the solar signs refer to the Gentile nations, and our calendar is based on the sun. And so there's a lot of things that could occur for both Israel and all of us. That's the point, for the whole world. And so that's kind of like that's a quickie of the blood moons. And then the Shemitah, I wanted to show you this last. There's the last 7 cycles of the Shemitah there, and different things that happened in those years. Usually in September and October. Go back and see how many major downturns, either 1 day or 1 month downturns, occurred in September, October. It's about 90% of them.
Yeah, Garrett even spoke about that the other day. I had always thought October was the worst month, but he said no, it's September. And
which is usually when the month of Tishri starts, the first month of the Jewish calendar.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then if people want to just study into that, here's a pretty comprehensive chart of things that have happened in Shemitah years, including wars and the building of the trade towers, and even the very first gathering of the Jews to Israel was back in 1917, right? The Balfour Declaration, when they came out of Turkish. Jerusalem was controlled by the Turks for 400 years, and Britain won and then created the Balfour Declaration, and that was the start of modern day Israel, really, 1917. So there seems to be a lot of things that have happened on that cycle. I think there's something to it. Even, as people have said, if you put enough lines on your chart, you're bound to hit one of them eventually.
That's right.
Right?
That's
and,
right.
And every seven years, you're bound to hit something. But I think this is much more than than statistical probability here.
Yeah, it does look like it's beyond the realm of a coincidence. In that article I was reading last night, it said that a lot of the stores that sell survival food, specially packaged food for, the Armageddon type events that could happen, their shelves are empty. That there's actually a lot of people stocking up survivalists for September 13th. I mean, we're talking, today's Wednesday, that's 4 days from now. Do you personally, in your own life, are you concerned? Do you think something big is going to happen on Sunday? Just your own personal opinion. Not asking you to prophesy over the nation, just in your own opinion.
No, I get, maybe I'm just hoping that it won't, but right. I'm just, I usually go by the natural, and I've been concerned about what's happening in the world just by natural things, but then there's a lot of people prophesying things, both good and bad, and I just see so much confluence of things coming together that I think that we're in a season, whether it comes right on the 13th or during this 2 weeks. I don't know. I've called my children and said, "Be on your toes."
Oh, okay.
Be aware.
So then you are okay. That tells me a lot
Yeah.
that you called your children and said, "Be on your toes." Okay, I think that speaks volumes.
Yeah.
A couple more things here from the audience. Let me grab the chat box real quick. Jeanette, you had asked earlier for a citation, and I think you were asking for a verse, something Tim had mentioned, because right below that, John B. typed in Isaiah 8:12. So, Jeanette, I think that's what you were looking for. Now, that goes back a ways in the scroll here, the chat scroll. Frank says there's a book out called The Gospel in the Stars by Joseph Seiss, S-E-I-S-S. I'm not familiar
Yeah, that's
with
what
that.
I'm talking about.
You're familiar with that? Okay.
I'm not familiar with that book, but there's books like that.
I gotcha. Okay.
That people draw the pictures of the of Christ coming and all that in the stars instead of the astrology symbols.
Right. Richard's comment on astrology was, he says, in his opinion, astrology is about the meaning of the yin and yang and relationship to the various planets. Jeff says that 1948 was God's miracle. Okay. And I'll skip the rest of that, Jeff. Just try to keep it on a even keel here. John B. says, Israel has been amazingly controlled, I think. And I'm guessing, John, that you mean they've not acted out. John also says, can you imagine, what we would have done if a neighbor of the USA was continually shooting rockets into our country? Yes, we would go over there and kick serious sand in their face and make them stop. Jeff K., based on your learning as a child, replacement theology is going against everything you learn. Yeah, absolutely, Jeff. I agree with that 100%. Lori comments on the Jewish people that they control a great percent of the prosperity or wealth of the world. We talked about Hollywood. We talked about how many scientists and great mathematicians and etc. have come out of Israel. John W. Contributes, Jewish mothers do not believe the fetus is viable until it graduates from medical school. John, you always suck me in with those things. That's funny. For those who don't know, every Jewish mom wants her son to be a doctor. So, okay.
The Jewish people were wealthy before the Holocaust too. That's another reason why Hitler wanted to ransack their wealth.
Yeah, he took all their stuff. Right. The gold,
took the gold
the
out of their
art,
teeth, took
the treasures.
Oh yeah, and that's why Germany was in such economic difficulty from paying their war debts, and they were becoming jealous. I think part of the anti-Semitism in the world is just jealousy of the blessing that's on Jewish people. There just is a blessing, and so I don't have a trouble with that myself. If God made a covenant with a group of people, the good thing is God has a blessing for everybody if they want it, you know.
Oh, and he's just and quick to forgive. If you come with a broken and contrite spirit, and you repent and turn from your sin, He'll forgive you. I mean, that's the God I serve, not the one that asks me to go, blow myself and other people up. Richard says, I'm not sure what your question was, but numbers, I believe, rule the universe. God was an expert mathematician. Example, it takes 40 days to heal a bone. I didn't know that. It rained for 40 days and 40 nights. I knew that. 40 years is an inflation-deflation cycle. I did not know that. The laws of nature are so prominent in the markets. So I see what you're doing, Richard, is in that your belief system embraces not only, you just said it. I don't have to re-say it. You said it very well right there. John asked, Isaiah, what verse, chapter? Hang on, let me scroll up and grab it for you. I think it was 8:12. Yeah, Isaiah 8:12. Okay.
Well,
do you have any other slides that you want to cover?
No, that's all I had for today. That last one, it just showed just a lot of things. Those are all Shemitah years. So There's more I'm studying right now on the Shemitah's years and how it affected the building and the falling of the trade tower itself. So that's pretty interesting. But
well, here, this is a question. I know this goes to the heart of all conspiracy theories, and somebody said, not everything's a conspiracy theory, and don't live in fear. So I received that. There's much talk amongst a lot of people that this whole 9/11 World Trade Center thing was some kind of an inside job. Okay, I can't buy that. What are your thoughts? Any at all? You can just say I don't have any opinion at all on that if you want.
Are you asking me?
Yeah. I mean, do you have an opinion on that? Do you think it's possible?
On who really bombed the trade towers?
Well, yeah. I mean, there's so much talk about it being
that
inside
the government
job.
was behind it.
Yeah, right. How ridiculous. Yeah. I mean, is that so ridiculous it could be true?
Yeah, I don't buy that one. I don't buy that one.
I got a guy that used to work for me years ago, and now all he spends his whole, it's like 18 hours a day on the internet, on Facebook, writing, all of this stuff. And he has done so much research into the World Trade Center thing. And he's one of the ones who believes that, in fact, it was that George W. Bush was the trigger man. He pulled the trigger and made the towers fall. And I'm like, man, how can you even possibly embrace something along those lines? But he does. He also embraces some other things too that I actually agree with. So I don't know. If I missed anyone's question, it was not intentional. If you copy and paste it into the bottom of the chat box, I'll see it and I'll be sure and answer it for you. Richard said, great job, Tim. Was aware of the Shemitah cycle, but I learned some new info. Thank you very much. And everyone has, said thank you for being a part of the show. And
okay, if I can make a comment
absolutely,
on the person,
yeah, come on in.
The person who said about fear, because we've talked and taught people that are in our ministry or in our city. I have a head of a coalition of churches in the city as well, and talk about concerning things. And a lot of people always say, I don't want to live in fear. And I'm like, I think to be in denial is really the greatest fear. I think sometimes people don't want to face reality, so they just go in denial, but really they're just compensating for their fear. Just because I look at the world and try to look at it objectively and see some negativity doesn't mean I'm living in fear. My response to it could be fear or faith. Right now, different churches in our whole region are in 40 days of prayer and fasting for our nation. We're trying not to live in fear. We're trying to live in faith and asking God.
You're in Northern California, so you mean in your geographical area?
Yeah, in our two cities, Yuba City, Marysville. It's a moderate-sized city outside of Sacramento. That's where we are. So yeah, we have a lot of relationship with other churches, and we're all doing a whole bunch. 3 or 4 of our churches are doing a combined 40 days of prayer and fasting.
Are you pastor of a large church, a medium size, mega?
No, our church is, well, it's been larger at times. Actually, a year ago, we moved out into the country and started doing the church in our home. We felt like there's a long reason why we did that. So I wouldn't say it's large right now, about 100.
It's pretty good size. I don't know. The church I grew up in with my grandmother, there was about 50 people on a holiday when I was a kid growing up, and there's probably about the same amount today. And it's the same people, they're just older. And yeah, it hasn't. I'm always curious about, because I've been involved with church planning, and
we're really into doing a lot. We're really in doing things with other churches in our region, trying to get churches to do things together. Sometimes when you do that aggressively, it doesn't help for your own growth. But we feel that's important. So we're trying to line up for, I felt like the Lord say, try to start moving your church in a direction and how you think church will be in America in the future. And that's why we started doing things like doing a lot of things in unity with other people, blessing Israel. You know, we felt we were supposed to take an offering for Israel a couple years ago. And I wasn't really into it much. My sister felt we should do it. It was on a certain new moon or something, and I announced it 3 weeks. I didn't even promote it. Didn't even heavy promote it. And our small church gave $14,000.
Wow.
To Israel. I'm like, wow, where'd that money come from?
That's amazing.
It was just a God thing. And now I'm really happy because I think we're in a good spiritual place.
So how do you, I mean, Israel's a country, or it's a people. How do you give $14,000 to Israel?
We found a ministry that has been in Israel for 100 years,
okay.
A Christian ministry.
Gotcha.
And they really help all kinds of people. They help the poor. They help people that are moving, what do you call them, immigrants, and in all different ways. They help in education, and we researched them. They had a ministry called the Joseph Project, where they help hurting Israeli people, and we gave it to them.
Great.
So,
some years ago, there was a big plea on either the 700 Club, I think it was the 700 Club, you could sponsor a Jewish person to return to their homeland. And it was like, I don't know, it was $300 or $500 or whatever it was. My wife and I, we had just turned our lives around, and we were both raised going to church, she going to Catholic church and I going to Pentecostal holiness with my grandmother, and then we lived lives far from God for years. Although God was, we would go to church even when we were, kind of living reckless. We would, some Sunday mornings we'd wake up and, "You want to go to church?" "Yeah, sure." It was just like a thing. But anyway, we reached a point in our lives where we really turned back to focus on God. And that was one of, we did that. We didn't really understand, I don't think, fully what we were doing, but it just seemed like the guy on TV made it sound like a great thing, and so we wanted to do something, and that's one of the things that we did. Because we got one person back to the homeland. I don't know if that made any difference at all, but So
hey, we all just do our part, huh?
Yeah, that's it. We all do our part. Let's see. I got a couple more comments in here real quick. Eugene said, "Thank you, Dwayne, for having Pastor Tim on the radio show. This was very educational and interesting. I enjoyed it. Thank you so much." Hey, Bart, we didn't talk about markets today. We talked about the blood moons. And by the way, Jim, yes, he had a great day today. Gordon, thank you for your comment. Michael says, "Anyone who believes in 9/11 fed to the people should be very concerned that the most powerful nation in the world couldn't protect their nation from a couple of planes. What would they do if a real attack took place against the U.S.?" Well, Michael, I could stand up in front of a room full of people and I could argue that case, but I also think that it was below our radar. I mean, if someone had come storming in from some faraway land to try to bomb us, we'd have blown them out of the sky. But this was such a sneaky little thing. This was an intercontinental, or that's the right term, flight. So, yeah, I don't know, Michael. John W. wants to know,
really,
Tim. Now, John,
I'd just like to say, can we really, are we really going to physically be able to protect all our land and borders? I think if God doesn't protect us, we can't protect ourselves against terrorists. They come across the Mexico border. They could do all kinds of things.
They could be living next door to you right now. I think John B. said it good with Genesis 12:3. "I will bless those who bless you and curse those who treat you with contempt. All the families on earth will be blessed through you."
Yeah,
Genesis
promise of
12:3.
Yeah, the promise to Abraham.
This is what the Bible tells us. if we don't bless Israel as a country, we being the USA, it can't be a good thing. Nope. And I think we all agree on that. I think everyone here. So if you're done with the slides, I'll go ahead and grab the charts
I'm all
back.
done.
Okay.
Sure.
Jim, did you have any other questions for Tim?
No, but I think that in the wake of all of this, that it would do America some good to read Psalm 91 and see how God protects us.
Yes.
Psalm 91. Let me bring that up.
Yeah.
I'll bring that up right now. Psalm 91.
You know, I think I have it here, Dwayne. You want me to read it to you?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Psalm 91. Whoever goes to the Lord for safety, whoever remains under the protection of the Almighty, can say to him, "You are my defender and my protector. You are my God, in you I trust." He will keep you safe from all hidden dangers and from all deadly diseases. He will cover you with his wings. You will be safe in his care. His faithfulness will protect and defend you. You need not fear any dangers at night, or sudden attacks during the day, or the plagues that strike in the dark, or the evils that kill in the daylight. 1,000 may fall beside you, 10,000 all around you, but you will not be harmed. You will look
Right.
and you will see how the wicked are punished. You have made the Lord your defender, the Most High your protector. And so no disaster will strike you, no violence will come near you and your home. God will put his angels in charge of you to protect you wherever you go. They will hold you up with their hands to keep you from hurting your feet on the stones. You will trample down lions and snakes. God says, "I will save those who love me, and I will protect those who acknowledge me as Lord. When they call to me, I will answer. When they are in trouble, I will be with them. I will rescue them, and I will honor them. I will reward them with long life. I will save them."
Amen.
Yep.
That is a great scripture to wrap up
Yep.
this portion. Tim,
That's the
thank you
best
so
psalm of
much.
protection.
I would like to invite you in the future, especially as things develop in regards to things we've talked about today. When you think it's something that you want to come on, let me know. And we don't have we took up a good bit of time today, but we don't always have to talk for an hour, hour and a half. If you want to come on for 10, 15 minutes and talk about something that's in the headlines or something that's happening that relates to this, I just want you to know that you're always welcome. I really enjoyed having you with us today.
Sure. Well, I enjoyed it too, and I'm not an expert, but I do study this, and I have both realms, the biblical and I'm a trader, so I think that helps.
Yeah, well, no, it's obvious that you've done your due diligence, you've done your homework, you really understand this. I mean, to what level it can be understood by man. I mean, God said, my thoughts are not your thoughts, my ways are not your ways, and so as well as a man's mind can grasp what is going on and what we as a nation should do, and it's what we in our homes should do, it's what we as a nation should do, and vice versa. I mean, when our children see how our government is behaving, what sort of an example is that? I mean, I think a lot of the twisted up things in society today, it rolls downhill. So, God bless America.
Yeah, well, thank you, Dwayne, for
Amen.
providing this radio show, and I enjoy a lot of the guests all the guests that you have on, and
Thank you, Tim.
their insight in trading, their knowledge in trading, and in the things going on in the world. So I appreciate what you're doing.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for being a part of you have been in the audience for a long time, and I'm so glad, and please keep coming back. All right?
It was an honor meeting you, Pastor Tim. I appreciate it,
Yeah.
and I hope we get to talk again in the future.
All right. Nice talking to you too, Jim.
Take care.
Thanks.
All right.
Right. Bye-bye.
Okay. Well, Jim, the hour has grown late. Is there anything else that you wanted to talk about or cover? Or you want to call
No,
it
I
a
think
day?
we're good. The hour has grown. It's been a couple hours. That was an excellent show.
That really was. And guys, if you missed any of it, it will be available on our Google Plus page and also on YouTube and also iTunes later today. So we're all over the place. Let's see if there's anything. Let me see what's happened in the market since we blew through that 62. Okay, so we're now sitting on top of 53.54, which is a weekly trading zone from last week. If we look left, see this here, it blew through this area, and that was right at the 62. I'm quite surprised. That tells me that the downward pressure in this market right now is very significant. So now that we've taken out the 62 of the last leg up, now we go to this entire move, and let's see what area, what number might be important next. We'll go from the swing low here to the swing high there. So we're dancing now on top of the 50% retracement. If we look at this entire move, or in a bigger picture, this would be the last leg up. From a bigger picture perspective, this obviously being the last leg down, leg up, leg down. Okay. At what point, we ask ourselves, do we believe that instead of climbing, that we are declining, that the market is, instead of building legs to the upside, has begun to build legs to the downside? I would say that a really important area that stands out to me is right here, these lows, right across those lows, right below that 50% retracement. And keep in mind, guys, fibs are an area. Okay, I know that when you use the tool, it draws an exact number, you know, to the smaller than the tick on your chart, but it's an area. Just like weekly trading zones are an area. Yes, we get accustomed to price turning on a dime often at the weekly trading zone, or stopping dead on it, and that's fine. But don't get lulled into a false sense of complacency. Always know it's an area. And so we're into this area. Now, if this gives way, okay, what's next? Well, support and resistance is now broken, okay? It holds more times than it doesn't. It will hold, break. Find a new area, hold, break. I mean, at least that's my perception of the market. I'm going to go all the way over here to this swing high, and I'm going to come right across that swing high, and that's going to line us right up from that high right there on the hourly, across that high and that high. See, this was resistance, and we finally broke through. Now, it wasn't resistance back then. That's something you have to understand. I just drew this fib from this low to this high. And so when this area acted as resistance to the market, you can see lying underneath an old weekly trading zone at 37.38. But now, because of this new high that was put in today, we have a different picture, and we see that that old weekly trading zone is right at this 62% retracement. See, when these things come together, when there's this confluence of things in the market, just like Pastor Tim was talking about with the Shemitah and the blood moons and all the Pope and all these other things coming together, that's a confluence in world events, in nature, and we have, you know, it's right here in front of us. The market, I think, has a very good chance of turning at this 62. Well, what if it doesn't? Okay. See, that's the thing. The guy that taught me the concept of Fibonacci and Fibonacci retracements, his idea, not as he showed us, because he never showed us anything, but as he told us, would be, well, you just park an order down here because it's a 62, and you know it's surely it'll bounce. Okay, well, I can vouch for the fact that surely too many times it didn't bounce, and I got my clock cleaned. Now, what I do recognize is the fact that at the 62, I think it is a good place for the market to find support. We've come through some important areas already, which tells me there is a lot of selling pressure. There's a lack of buying interest at this point. I think buyers are holding back, waiting to see, you know, who's going to start first. And this is a beautiful place for it to happen. So do we park an order there and go golfing to come back later and see what happened? Well, I don't. What I want to see is I want to see price come down. It's just like at the beginning of the show, I was saying we wait. We don't have a clear-cut trade as of yet, because the market, we would just be chasing a falling knife right now if we were to jump on this thing and try to trade it long. We've got this bottom here. Now if it comes out the bottom side of this box, then look at this next area. Okay, if that gets taken out, obviously the lows that were put in here, and then we have a big window of opportunity on the short side, which would be this whole area here. Because as we look left, there's really nothing significant. There is there. So if you were looking for a trade later today, let me share this one right here. I can shrink that up. So what we got to do is we have to get below these lows, and we have to get above that high. I mean that low to the very left of the screen. And so that doesn't leave a lot of room, or does it? With the scale of the markets right now, top of that box is 24 and the bottom is 18. So there's about 6 points in there. Okay, so this area where the market found support, see, every time the sellers, now these are hourly candles, sellers would try to slam it down, buyers came back. Sellers knock it down, buyers, sellers, buyers, sellers, buyers, until we did this. Pretty impressive. So at what point do these buyers who participated in this rally and took profits up in this area or anywhere along the way up, now they've got to be down here waiting. That's where I do agree with my guru. I'm just not going to gamble and park an order and hope that they are there and bounce. I'm going to be patient and let them show their presence and how serious they are. If they're serious, then price will stop here and I'll get a green candle. Or it'll stop here and I'll get a green candle. And if they don't show up, I haven't hurt myself by just leaving an order out there, trusting that it'll bounce just because it's a 62% retracement, or 50 or 38. So all we can do at this point, I always like to leave you guys with a trade at the end of the show, but today I don't really, I will tell you this, 65, 66, which we passed through at the beginning of the show, that was a weekly trading zone for this week. Below us, we've got 43.44. Okay, swing low right here. It's 44.50. Now, 43.44. If you take this area and this area and the 43.44, it's like Tim said, you put enough lines on your chart, you're bound to hit something. Well, there's some truth in that. But if we put the 43.44 on here, it sort of turns this whole area into a place where buyers could show up and turn this thing around. The idea being is that you can be patient, you can wait, and let the market show you, give you some evidence that it's actually turning around. And you don't have to trade the S&P. I mean, there are other markets. But if that's all you trade is the S&P, my best advice for you right now is you just have to be patient. We're at 48. If you're convinced we're going to go to the weekly zone at 43.44, is there room for a trade there? Yes. The 62 is at 19, let's say, looks like 1939 peeking back there. Yeah, 1939/40. Okay, the zone's 43.44. We're currently at 48. So that low there Yeah, see, that's right at the 43.40. There's no trade here other than to wait and see if the zone holds, and then go to your 4-tick range chart, take a trade on the long side. And
I know we're not much into patterns, Dwayne, but if you wait on that one, it may develop
and
into a head
shoulder.
and shoulder.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Head, shoulder. If this started to rally up off the zone, Jim's absolutely right. It could turn into a right shoulder, and that rally could then fail, and we take out this neckline, and bang. If that were to happen, you get what's called a measured move, and that would be something that looks like, and I'll probably get this wrong. Somebody will correct me because I'm not the real pattern guy at all. I'm not the pattern guy at all, but I understand kind of how it all works. You get a measured move that says, if you take that's where you should end up, down in this area. Okay. So, Jim, if we get a shoulder and if we break the neckline, the technical analysis books say that we'll take a measured move down equal to the distance from the neckline to the head. And that's what that represents. And that puts us down, in the 1900 area. Well, we've got a weekly zone all the way down as low as 1843/44. So the week has been pretty good to the upside. We only had one more zone left overhead, and we weren't too doggone far from it. But we'll see. We still have 2 days left, and we'll see what happens. As far as other markets, we can just take a peek real quick, see if anything dramatic has happened other than the
Look
S&P.
at the bond market, Dwayne. That was what I was going to tell you before Mr. Kurtz came on.
that.
Mr. Kurtz came on.
Wow.
There was a white bar right at the beginning of the show, and that I jumped on, and it ran 33 ticks and kept going.
Did it really?
Yep. I didn't get all of it. I got 12 of it, but that was a nice one.
Now, is this my chart? Yeah. Okay, this is the S&P. Look at the white bar there. Now, this is hourly. As bonds rallied, the indices sold off. Remember this morning you asked me about the the crude and the indices thing, if one's going the other. Remember you asked me that?
Yes.
And I said I don't really know that anymore if that correlation exists, but typically if bonds are rising, we'll see the indices drop and vice versa. So clearly bonds have rallied huge. You had a 32 tick move. That's $1,000 per contract. Good for you, brother. That's awesome. So here's
what do you have? Is that the ES you have up? Put up the bond market if you still have.
I'm afraid if I do, it won't will it color in? You think?
It should.
Well, let's try it. What the heck?
Yeah, just type it in there.
Can't hurt anything. If it doesn't color, we're about done anyway. So ZBZ. All right, boy, look at that. It colored right in.
Yeah.
Okay, now I got a huge white candle there. Is that?
Yeah, that was that. Well, I was on the 4-tick chart, so the 4-tick was where I jumped in at.
Okay. Well, let's take a look at this. I'll go to the 4-tick, but let me look at this for just a second. So we had a single white candle there. Okay. And then we broke the elbow here. Okay. Actually we flipped it when we hit this line here.
Right.
When that candle passed through, took out that low, it causes it to flip. And this gives us a line where we want to be short. So we got the candle, the trigger, and this thing went from 155.03 down to 152.16. So that's about a $2,500 move off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Per contract. From, see, if it was 55.16 to 52.16, that would be $3,000. But it's not quite that. It was 150. This thing on the side here gets in my way. 155. Oh, call it a. This thing. 155.
I think you can call it 03. Yeah.
Yeah. And then down here to 152.13. So what an incredible move. Now, and then look at this rally.
Right.
So now, were you on the short side, or you were on this long move up?
On the long move, go to your go to the 4 tick. Change it over to a 4 tick.
Let me try that right now. Okay, and see if that'll color in. Bingo.
So the show started at
12 Eastern.
Okay.
Right here. No, that's 12. Yeah, 11:57. I have a candle at 11:57, and then the next candle's at 12:14.
Okay, 12:14. Your time is what? 10:14 my time.
Well, I'm East Coast, so no, it should be 11:14 your time.
Because I think move your cursor to the right to that group of white candles there. That fourth one, that fourth white candle.
Yeah.
That was a single white candle for me, so that was the beginning of the run.
Okay, now I show the time 13:21. Your time should be 12:21 for that.
That's about right, because I was just getting ready to come on to the show.
Okay. So you had a single white candle here. All right. Beautiful. And so this took you. Get this out of the way. So what was your entry? 153.15.
153. Let me look at my notes. 153.14. So I got the pullback on the next candle.
Okay. And then we put in a high of at 154.27. Did you? So how? So you got in at 153.14, 154.14, right there. That would be that's the right there, guys. That on a 4-tick range chart is $1,000 per contract, and so from
I wound up with a third of that. So
because you trade fewer contracts on bonds, so 1326 to 1401. It's about a 30-minute trade. Did it feel like 30 minutes or 30 days?
You know, it didn't feel like it was very fast or very slow at all, because I got pulled out at the pullback there at the 1, 2, 3, 4, your fifth blue candle past that white one. That's where I went out of it, but then it continued to go up. So I wound up, like I say, with 12 ticks of that, but left a whole bunch on the table.
You see, we had a single white candle back here, which now this okay, so that was an up close. The next candle was a down close. This was the thing that I was talking to you about. Okay, this was an up close. This was a down close. But then the market continued in the direction of the white candle. That's what I was trying to. This is a perfect example of what I was talking about here. Now, so would you have gone short right here?
I probably would have avoided that one, because you're splitting the BBC and you're above the black step line. So that doesn't give as good of indication as some of the other ones would do. Now, had it closed up and above the BBC and the black step line, yeah, that would have been a much better one to go long on. But with the down close, it's and you don't have a lower swing in place, so it's not as appealing as some of the other ones that we've looked at.
Yeah. Well, I mean, over here you didn't have a higher swing in place, so.
But you're above your BBC and your black step line, and so.
Yeah, you are. You've got a CFMA1 blue and climbing. Right there, that's often, sufficient for me. If I can be above the CFMA1 blue and climbing, well, then I know that I can stay long until when? Until I'm no longer above the CFMA1.
Right.
Now that could be 2 ticks, or it could be 22 ticks, or 222. It just depends upon what the market does, because I have no control over the market. Over here we had a single white candle, and that led to a pretty nice down move. And then, yeah, this would have been kind of messy in here.
Yes. And you can see we don't really have anything closing above or below the black step line and the BBC. So those are the times to avoid them. There's enough white bars that come along.
Yeah. Now there's a. Oh, what just happened? I just grabbed a bunch of more data. Back up. Okay. So let me go back to where I was this morning. Right. I was right in. I guess I was in this. But today's the 9th. Trying to get back to. Okay, so that's the run we just had. Okay, so see, that's the thing. Bonds are funny. They can sit. You can go for a very long time between candles, and then all of a sudden they take off. And so it was good that you caught that. We get these groupings, but for those of you that have never seen the elbow before, well, this is it. Welcome to the world of the elbow, and this is what it does. This puts you in a, and you can, of course, those of you that are in the partners meeting tonight, if you want, we can go over some of these setups. And for those of you that have been on the trial, if you plan to be in the partners meeting tonight, we just to let you know, we will cover. We'll go back and take a look at some different markets. Let's see what happened. See what happened with crude today.
Dwayne, I'm going to have to
okay,
bug
buddy.
out on you.
Yeah, no, that's all right. I need to go too, but once you get me talking markets, then
That's okay. I will be at the partners meeting tonight. If there's any questions I can help with.
Sounds good. I'll
Sounds
see you
good.
then.
Take care. Thanks, Dwayne.
Okay. Bye-bye. Bart says you are not using this week's weekly trading zone. I'm not sure when you're referring to, Bart. On the main chart that I show, I haven't changed because the weekly trading zones go to the partners Monday morning, or in this case Tuesday morning because of the Monday holiday. I usually wait until Wednesday, Thursday before I display this week's zones up on the chart. But the numbers I was talking about were this week's, and the one I was showing when I was talking about the S&P, those are, as you can see, those are last week's zones. And we always have to remember that last week's zones have carryover power. And we're at last week's zone 3738 at 62% retracement, and this week's zone 4344. So that's a huge confluence of stuff going on right here. You know, which is, there's so much reason for the market to find support here that if it doesn't, I think that's a huge tell that we could see substantially lower prices. We've got this week's zone, last week's zone, 62% Feb retracement of this entire move up. Here. We got these lows right here. Good old-fashioned support and resistance. Okay, it holds more often than it doesn't at major inflection points in the market. So anyway, back to, I just want to look at a couple more markets real quick. Okay, so crude not wanting to color in. Those other markets colored in real quick. Let's see what we got. I actually would prefer to take a look at it here on the hourly. There we go. So the single white. All right. So then we get an open. This candle opens at 45.75, and we drop to 44.09. From 45.75, the open of this candle, 45.75, to 44.75, which is right. All right, let me draw a line so it'll be easy to see. Okay. All right, that's straight. So the open 45.75. There's 44.75. That's what I'm shooting for. If I can ever get it there. Close enough. 44.76. Okay, one tick lower. So from the open of that candle, 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour. See that pullback there, right? Now, people, we always hear, I've tried intraday trading. I want to trade larger time frames. Larger time frames I'll have greater peace of mind. Well, we all know the reasons, because if you're listening to this radio show, you've gone through that mental battle, and you may still be going through it. I want to be an intraday trader until that causes me some pain, and then I want to be a swing trader until that causes me some pain, and then I flip-flop back to wanting to be an intraday trader. There's no right or wrong answer. The answer is the one where you can actually find peace, okay? Because, all right, the open of this candle, 45.75, this swing low, 45.13. I mean, that's nice 2 hours work, okay? But how do you know to get out at 45.13? Chances are you don't. So perhaps you're just trailing a stop, and as it comes back, it takes you out with a very nice profit. Okay, because if you just stay in the trade, see, 2 hours into the trade, you're telling yourself, man, I've made myself a good $500 or whatever per contract on this move. And then 2 hours later, you come back to check your position, and you're negative. You're in a drawdown. You're saying, man, I should have took my profits way back here when I was up $500 per contract.
Thank you. Good morning.
Somebody's got an open mic, and there's applause in my
Thank
ear.
Thank you for joining us.
Let me find it.
Welcome to San Francisco and the legendary Bill Graham Civic Auditorium.
Oh, I know what. Oh,
we could not be more excited to be here this morning, and we're so glad that so many people from all over the world could join us, including many of our employees. Hey, guys.
Okay, I just got rid of it. It was a tab I had open from earlier, waiting for the Apple event to start. And I guess they're playing a delayed version of it, because I'm pretty sure it's over now. All right, so let's go back to this example. I want to be a longer term trader. The range chart's too quick for me. Okay, now again, I'm not saying that one's right and the other's wrong. What I'm attempting to illustrate is they each present their own unique set of troubles, woes, worries, whatever. 2 hours into the trade, you're up $500. We're just saying there's a white candle, so you get short here. Doesn't matter where you got short or long. This is just an example. Okay, you say you got short here. 2 hours into the trade, you're up $500 per contract. You're like, man, that's awesome. I knew it. Swing trading's for me. 2 hours later, you look back, or worse, you sit here and stare at this thing, tick, 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 and eat up every bit of your profit and take you negative. So, where's your heart? Okay, now the open was 45.75. What's this high right here? 45.96. So your 20 cents, you've got a 20 cent drawdown. Okay. $200 per contract. Not the end of the world. You're on an hourly chart. So if you're trading off the hourly, you recognize you have to use more than 8 ticks risk. You could take this trade, this exact trade right here, you could take it on an 8 tick range chart and use 8 ticks of risk. How? Well, once you have this white candle that closes, and I guess the way that system works is you would then wait for this down close, and then you would go short here, and that's pretty short-lived. See, the original purpose of the trend change indicator, the white candle, was to simply get your attention and say, hey, I think the trend could change. And we see that it does a very good job of that, right? Except here, we already have red candles that continue to be red. White turns to blue. White turns to red. Okay. Now, I'm not getting into the elbow part of it now. I was just talking about the white candle. So I'm going to go back to down close of the white candle, sell the open of this candle. You go from being up 500 per contract to down 200. Okay. Do you take the stop there? Do you weather it? So what if it took you, what if it went another dime? Well, that would bring you down 300. How much pain would you take before you say, I got to get stopped out? Only to see it then do this. And then you're just sick because you knew it was going lower. You know, however it is that you know these things. You knew it was going lower, and it ultimately did. So if you're going to approach the market from that larger time frame perspective, okay, you gotta allow for this. Now, I said if we take that particular candle right there, that happened on September 9th at 6 a.m. Now remember, you have to have a definable edge in the market. That's it. It's some definable edge. And then trade management. So if we take this and we go to September the 9th at 6 a.m. Hang on. September 9th. 6 a.m. hour. I'm basing it off just simply the fact that on this white candle here, we had a, what did it do? It opened at 45.95 and closed down 20 cents at 45.75. Okay. And so for me, that would say, okay, I'm going to sell the open of the next candle, which is different from what Jim does with the 4-tick range. But I'm just saying this is off the hourly, which we worked with for years. Okay. So let's go to September 9th, 6 a.m. We know that what we want is we want a short trade setup. We only want to risk 8 ticks. We understand that we have a potential big picture opportunity, but we don't want to risk $200-300. We want to risk 8 ticks and see if we can get a bigger piece out of the market. So let's go see if that's possible on September 9th at 6 a.m. Let's go to 6 a.m. Now my chart catch up with me. I froze it trying to, oh, there we go. Okay. Alright. Okay. September 9th, 6 a.m. We were looking at it on an hourly. We had an hourly white candle close down. So we tell ourselves, I'm now looking for a short opportunity, but I want to use the 4-tick range chart because I only want to risk 8 ticks. Okay. So we have at 611 a bearish cross. That would be the first indicator that would tell us there's something short setting up. Now we can just see that what happened is on this pullback here, each candle being 4 ticks tall, this ultimately led to a stop out. Okay, so the first move was a head fake, so you're down 8 ticks. Okay, that's $100. On the hourly, we saw that it was taking about $300 to stay in that trade. Does the market ultimately move down? It does. It's attempting to squeeze that. See, even though in here, I mean, we had momentum trades on the way down, and we have a pullback right here. Yeah, this would have been fine. You know, down close, sell the open of that candle, which was 45.25, but it ultimately only gave you a swing low of 45.13. That's 12 ticks, which is absolutely sufficient for your daily goal. But see, what about the stop out here? That's got to be compensated for. So it's still a good idea to look at the larger time frame to have a good idea of what the current trend is. This is 4-tick range. You can do that. Okay. Obviously, we're in a downtrend here. Leg, retrace, leg, retrace, leg, retrace, leg, retrace. What happens to this leg? It doesn't happen. Now, after the fact, it's very easy to see because anyone can be brilliant with a historical chart. But instead of continuing this down move, we actually begin to build legs in the other direction. Okay, yeah. Now again, easy to see historically. How do we deal with that in real life? How do we know that's what's actually going on? Okay, the first tip is when we take this out right here. Well, actually the first tip is when we fail to put in a lower low. Remember? Leg, retrace, leg, retrace, leg, retrace, leg, retrace. We don't get the leg. That's first. Okay, when we do this and take out this, that's our the second heads up. Third comes when we take out this right here. Okay, we put in that higher high. Now what do we do from there? We go from this low to this high. The market appears as if it wants to start building legs back to the downside. But in the grander scheme of things, what has it actually done? From this low to this high, we had a 62% retracement. And then we started building legs to the upside. And when does that stop? When do we know that that is over? Do we know here? We didn't take out that low. We put in a higher high. Now we take out this low. And all of a sudden, if you can grab a hold of, I just need to know which direction the market is currently building legs in. You see? You don't have to catch the low and get out at the top. Now we're on the now we're off the hourly chart. We're on the 4-tick range. You just want to be on the same side of the street as the market. Okay? Blue candles, blue CFMA1, even a blue cycle. Prices move higher. Bearish cross. The elbow flips. CFMA1 is red and falling for the most part, except right there. And what happens? Lower prices. Okay? We don't need to catch the top, or we don't need to catch the bottom. A 10-cent bite out of the middle is sufficient. And this is crude oil, so volume is not an issue that you have. It's not anything you have to worry about or be concerned with. So ask yourself that question. Do I have the ability to know which direction the market is building legs? And if it doesn't have any trend to it at all, then it's best left alone. Okay? Now, is this an uptrend, downtrend, sideways? Well, price goes from the upper left-hand corner of the screen. Doesn't really go to the bottom, does it? Scroll a little more, what do we find out? See, now we're really starting to see some sideways stuff. Okay. So, okay. It's starting to look like a downtrend, right? A little more so. Leg, retrace, leg. Alright, I gotta pull a gem, I gotta go, because this has been one long show. Where's the S&P at now? It's apparently, well, not apparently, 43.44 is the zone. 44. 43. Okay. So could this still hold? Yeah. And in hindsight, we'll look back and say, well, it was just an overshoot. There was so much selling pressure coming down, it, you know, kind of overshot it. Sure. We hit the zone and bounced, leg, retrace. Now see, we've gone to an hourly, but it's still the same. Leg, retrace, leg, retrace, and we failed to put in a higher high. And so now, leg, retrace, leg, retrace. At what point do you know that this retracement is more than a retracement and is actually a reversal? Well, how did we know that this was over? The first tip was when we didn't get a higher high. And we took out some pivot lows, especially this one here, which was at a weekly zone, 65.66. So remember, whenever we leave a zone, we're always looking to go to the next zone overhead or below. Okay, and so in this case, it did take us to the zone below. Now buyers are trying to make a stand here. Next zone is all the way down at 25.26, which there's 26 right there. This was Monday morning, Labor Day. Price bouncing back and forth. Leg, retrace, leg. Pulls back into the zone. That same pattern. Confirms over 4 hours that it is good support, good enough to put in one more leg. Shallow retracement. It tries. Can't do it. So here we go in the other direction. Okay, I'll see you guys in the partners meeting tonight. If you've been on the trial, you should have an email that tells you how to become a partner if you would like to become a partner. If you don't have that email or you don't know how to become a partner, send an email to support@cfrn.net or give us a call 949-42-EMINI. 949-42-EMINI. All right. Thanks so much for tuning in. Whoever you are, wherever you are, may God continue to richly bless you with His mercy and with His grace. And I'll see you at the bell.
Remember this, there is no greater return on investment than to see a human life changed and given hope. As always, pray hard and trade safe. Any financial information discussed on this show is simply the opinion of our host, Dwayne Reeves, his co-hosts, and guests. To learn more about trading Emini Futures or to take a 1-week free trial in our live trading room, call 1-866-928-3310. 866-928-3310. Information discussed on this radio program should not be construed as a recommendation to buy or sell any security. Always do your own due diligence and consult with a licensed securities broker or financial planner before making any investment decision.
You're listening to CFRN, the Christian Financial Radio Network.
The following is a presentation of Mosaic, a community of faith, love, and hope. For more information, please visit mosaic.org.
Hey, welcome to Mosaic at the Mayan. My name is Hank, and I'm glad to have you here today. We are in the middle, or rather the end,